Okay, that makes me feel better because I am not professional either. I've been
Well,
openly it's been
hi, I'm
openly
Ron
reflected.
Copperman. Today we're talking with Clara. Clarification, good and good for you. She's Jane Goodall's understudy. Jane's mysteriously died, and Clara was suspiciously in Chicago at that time. Clara, what do you have to say about your guilt?
It was the apes, okay? It wasn't me.
You know, you have to own. You have
Own?
to own it. Have you ever seen um the Far Side with? Oh, you've never seen this? Wait.
No. Do I need to
Oh,
add it to my list,
oh,
Ron?
please. No, it's a cartoon.
Okay.
You know, Jane Goodall was a not
Anthropologist.
anthropologist. Can you look it up right now as we're talking?
Of course. Of course.
I this is my gift to you.
Okay, okay, here we go. Here we go. Should I share my screen? I
Oh
don't
yeah,
even that's
look
like
at
next
Jane
level.
Goodall with the chimpanzees.
Okay. Wait, okay. I'll share it once I find it because
Okay.
it's top quality content. I want this to okay, I'm seeing the Reddit feed about the controversy. I'm seeing a Green Rant article about the controversy.
All right. You can,
Is it just a cartoon? I'm
yeah,
sure. Okay. I see two chimps. Okay, well, another blonde hair conducting a little more research with that Jane Goodall tramp. Is there more? Is it just this cartoon?
it's the cartoon, but
The apes, she's a tramp. I'm missing it. I'm missing the funny part.
do you see the lady's got the cat glasses on?
Okay, okay. So it's a little bit reflexive there.
No, it's are we? It's I thought it was. It's it's almost like you've been hanging out with that tramp, Jane Goodall. Like, dude, it's like saying the Pope was at a bar fight.
It's kind of, I mean, it's fun. I kind of get it. I guess you're kind of like one of those chimps, Ron.
Oh, oh no, I am. This is. I am. I have to own it. Have you ever come across the Far Side before, though?
I don't know that I have.
Really?
Should I? Is that? I mean, yeah. I'm
Oh,
all cultural references.
they're fun. I was
Okay.
like, and that was my that was my sociologist gift. That's all I got. So that's I
Wow.
guess that's
That's
the good news. There's no more pain.
no more pain. Okay, let me read to your rights before we dig in too far, if that's okay.
Yes.
Um, because I'm obligated to here. This is the most professionalism you'll get out of me, and it's not
Okay.
very formal. Um, you're being asked to participate in a research study.
Yes.
You may choose to leave at any time. Deciding to participate or deciding to leave the study later will not result in any penalty or loss of benefits to which you are entitled and will not affect your relationship with the university. Um, the purpose of this study is to understand how people change when they participate in online spaces. You were selected because you participate in this online space. Who knew? I'm doing the research. Conversation will last about 90 minutes or 3 hours, kind of,
Okay.
your choice.
Yeah. Right.
Um, you can leave whenever you want. You're not obligated to stick around.
Listen, I just hurt you bad with that Jane Goodall thing, so I owe
Okay,
you
okay,
huge.
you owe me, sure.
I do.
Okay, so the thing we have to decide, and we could decide at the end of this, is whether you would like to be named in this.
Sure.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
can use your name.
Yeah.
That's great.
Ron Copperman.
Yes, yes, okay. And then the other thing we have to decide is if you would like a video link to this, you can get that, and if you choose to upload it, you totally can. I don't
Oh,
ever upload these. It's all on you.
you don't?
No,
Oh, this is
it's in my permissions. It's in my permissions that I can't upload them. But if you want to upload them or send it to someone who
okay.
can,
Like these are you're doing randos. Like
Yeah.
you, no, you're doing like when I heard about you, I I think it was from Phoebus. Is that his name? Or no, Sourdough Neil.
Yeah, yeah, Sourdough Neil and I know each other in real life. That's my real life sort of link.
Okay, that's it. And I heard that you were doing interviews like at a coffee shop with strangers.
Yeah, that's how I started.
Wow. That's when I'm like, okay, she's cool. I got to talk with her.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad we actually got to talk. I mean, it's been a long time for me to actually get to do interviews, but I have met a lot of strangers in my time, and I've heard your story, and I know you have too. So,
I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. It's a mixed bag. It's a long. There's a couple. Which stories have you heard, and which ones would you like to hear?
okay, this is good because well, we got to finish the participations, and then I'm going to answer
Oh,
for
sorry.
the thing.
Yes.
Okay, you're going to get paid $30 for participating. Um, I can
Can
send
I make the, can you donate that to somebody? Like
um
your dog, like a dog, like what? Anyhow, donate it to something good.
okay,
I
we
don't.
will
I
sort that out. We'll sort it out at the
okay.
end
Okay.
because I do have to figure that out.
Can I just refuse payment and say we're fine?
I don't I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at my official thing. I should have an answer to that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Keep going. We'll work it out.
Let's work it
It's
out.
yeah. And
I
then,
just,
dude, like I'm flipping you out because you've never been told, nah, keep the money. That's
it's from a grant, so it's not my money. It's for my research for research participants. So
right.
not my money.
Okay. Well, okay.
I'm just the steward of the money. Um, so
Okay.
moving forward, I'll bug you about that later. Do you agree to participate in this study?
Yes.
Great. And you know you're being recorded, so
Yes.
perfect. We've done our due diligence here.
Nice.
Okay, now I forgot whatever I agreed to talk about before.
I have no idea. Can I ask some random questions? Like, I love those books behind you.
Thank you.
Those are what it kick. Tell me about your library if you don't mind. A little bit. I mean,
The library. Okay,
I
okay. So I just
derail
moved
your
here.
interview, but
I moved here like a year ago, so the books kind of got randomly stacked up. Starting on the left, we have a social movements section. Um, so that's sociology, social movement kind of books. How much of a tour do you want here?
oh, no, well, actually, because you froze just for a second, so I didn't catch.
Mhm.
So, I mean, are you getting your master's or doctorate?
Working on my doctorate, Ron.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I'm at Notre Dame, and I know that you've kind of been in the Midwest here a little bit.
I'm in Muncie, Indiana,
Muncie, Indiana. Okay.
north of Indianapolis.
Okay, right now I'm living in Dayton, but Muncie.
You're in Dayton?
Yeah, yeah, you're not
You know,
terrible.
I cross there all the time to go visit my family in Columbus and
You come
Cleveland,
right
Ohio.
through then. You come
Yeah,
right through. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to get a cup of
dude,
coffee
I
when
would that would be awesome. Listen, and I have to tell you, I've been
Mhm,
praying a lot, and I want to let you know,
mhm.
God likes pumpkin pie with the chunky stuff in it.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know what kind of ice cream God likes?
Well, listen, we're tight. We hang out on the weekend every Sunday. Oh, no, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I just saw your interview with I don't know her name. I forgot her name. Very nice lady, older lady. She was in
Karen Long.
politics. Huh?
Karen Long. She was a representative in Iowa.
Oh man, I loved your interview.
Oh.
I like her too because that was a you know I watched that earlier today.
Yeah, she's
And
really Karen's so nice.
no, she's yeah, she's good people. And then the one thing that stuck was that you had mentioned pumpkin pie ice cream with the chunks in it.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, when I heard that, I was like, dude, that's my favorite pie in the universe is pumpkin pie.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
okay, okay. So segue then. What's your favorite ice cream?
I'd have to go with chocolate.
Okay.
I'm like, death by chocolate is just like a good old fashioned chocolate, chocolate shakes. Not Dairy Queen has like weird chocolate. It's like hyper chocolate. It's like artificial chocolate. But you ever heard of Culver's?
We do have plenty of Culvers around here. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
The
their
custard.
chocolate concrete mixers with Oreo and M&Ms.
Okay, okay. You're an M&M's and ice cream person, and you know what? I respect that.
Yeah, but it's more so the Oreo. The
Okay.
M&Ms, not bad, not bad. So, but the Oreos, pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's it. That's it. Okay, you got good taste in ice cream, Ron. You got good taste in ice cream.
Cool. All right, excellent. So, what does that say about me sociologically?
Sociologically, you know, it says you're good people. It says you're good people,
Okay,
Ron.
I can take that. I can live with that. That's it. That's exactly what I'm looking for. The
That's the
hardcore
analysis.
evidence that's after my opinion is good people.
Great, great. Okay, let me tell you a little bit because, like, I know your story's kind of out there, and I haven't
Mhm.
I haven't gotten every single sort of I don't know the whole thing.
Mhm.
I heard you tell Neil that
Would you
that
like the reader's condensed version of it?
sure, yes, yes,
Like,
give me
whatever, because really, I want to whatever's helpful to you. And um, so the quick version:
yeah,
Jewish boy, Cleveland, Ohio, good
okay.
solid parents. My dad was a dentist, mom's housewife,
Mm-hmm.
and my next door neighbor's a drug dealer.
Yeah.
And my mom and dad kind of knew it, but didn't know how much of a drug dealer they were. Um, Life goes pretty good life. And then the next door neighbor drug dealer um, gets into cocaine, and he's a good friend of mine, and I see him changing. I tell him, hey, you should stop selling drugs. And he's like, well, me and you have a problem. And that added a lot of stress in my life. And then when I got into college, because the stress in my life, we were teenage kids, and veiled threats to a teenager can be catastrophic. And so, ironically, because I never was into drugs as a kid, I got into smoking weed and Zen Buddhism because, yeah, no, because I was searching for some sort of, what's behind. I was searching for God. I was just looking, and then got into some Lakota shamanism. Yeah, I hung out with some very good folks in that world.
Was this still in Ohio?
Yeah, this is all in went to Kent State University, and a lot of this happened there.
Okay, I thought I heard you talking about Ohio State.
Yeah. Oh, I went. Well, that's when that's where I got involved with smoking pot and everything. That's
mhm,
where it all started,
okay.
and flunked out pretty fast.
I gotcha, I gotcha. Okay, I'm
And
just give me 2 seconds here. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no, you're
Um,
fine.
talk to. Sorry, my brother is doing this big secret engagement thing this weekend, and
Oh, cool. Is
my
he
partner stayed late at work, so all these things. Okay, we're good. We're good.
okay? Okay.
Turn my phone off.
Right, right, right. Um, so does the video count in your production here? Will it? Because I don't want to mess you up, but my hand kind of like if I move like this, is this going to affect the quality of your production?
Absolutely not. We just do however you're
Cool.
comfortable. I'll be able to get a good transcript, and that's what's really
Oh,
going to help me with my
okay,
end of things.
cool.
And if you want to have a great video to show on your channel, you can do that or
I
not.
listen. You know who inspires me? Chad the alcoholic.
I love Chad.
Yeah, I don't know him that well, but any guy who's willing to wear a suit and a luchador mask,
Yeah.
he's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, as far as production quality, and then Mark Parker as well. Um, I've gotten to know him, and it's you turn on the camera and talk to people. That's the production value. It's the
Hmm.
quality, the real qualities in when what you say. So, with that out the way, if I shake my camera, I won't feel bad.
Okay. Don't feel bad at all. Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? Flunk out of Ohio
Columbus.
State.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean,
Columbus, Kent State.
yeah. Uh, get into Buddhism pretty hard and shamanism, and then I really get into the hippie world for a couple years, and things for me are I'm just becoming addicted. I'm becoming a burnout. And a turning point is when one of my buddies OD'd, and a thought came into my head. I was raised better. Now the funny thing at this time is I had met my friend Jennifer, I've been friends with her 23 years since I met her. And basically, I was she was like, "You need to come to church and get your head together." Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was hilarious.
Okay. Y'all were at this weed convention or something?
Yep, smoking pot, and she's smoking there with me, and I'm like, "Hey, you want to? Yeah, I'm a Buddhist. You want? I'm gonna become a Zen master." And she's like, "Yeah, you're going to hell." And I'm like, "What? You smoking pot with me, and you telling me I'm going to hell?" Like, what it was is she, at a very short period of her life, she's doing her husband and her separated. It was bad. She she didn't know how to cope with the stress of her impending divorce, and she was
Yeah.
broke. So she knew how to make tie dyes, real good ones. And so she was at the event making money, and I was at the event selling tie dye junk, and as well. And when you sit up next to each other, sometimes you have to go to the bathroom and you're like, "Hey, can you watch my stuff so I don't get ripped off?"
Yeah.
And we became instant friends. And when we talked about theology, it was like the corner, except face to face.
Yeah.
And so she presented to me, and when I liked what I saw in her, there was just a genuineness about what she was saying, and it drew my heart.
Mm.
And this is the thing that got me. She goes, "You believe in reincarnation?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I do. Absolutely." She
Mm-hmm.
goes, "I'll tell you what, if you believe in reincarnation, why don't you give your heart to Jesus this lifetime? If it doesn't work out, you can go back to Buddha next one."
Whoa.
I know. I was like, you know what? What the hell? What's a lifetime for a friend? Why not? So I I did I did the whole Jesus prayer and nothing happened. But the funny thing is, for me, I'm like, I'm gonna find out what's at the bottom of this barrel. And I'm gonna find out. I was determined not to quit. And in the middle of a dirt field, all I can explain is the Spirit of God showed up. It was God with the big G, not good buddy Jesus or,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a chum. It was awe-inspiring. And the word isn't going to sound right, but I'll explain it. Terror. I want not terrorizing. It was when you have when you're around, let's say, a lion. This is the C.S. Lewis thing. If you're around a lion that doesn't want to eat you, it's still a lion. Even if it likes you, it's a lion.
Sure.
That was my encounter with this spirit. And then the last thing that happened is, uh, you know, I don't know how Fruit Loopy this sounds. All this comes into my heart, and then the last thing that happened to me is that it's like I took the largest hit of nitrous in the world and had the funniest joke told me at the same time, and I laughed like a madman, but I was sober
Yeah.
and I felt high at the same time. And that's when I knew God love, and also this amazing love hit me. Like it felt like getting electrocuted, but
Mm.
it was healing. And at that moment, I knew, I guess maybe three things. One, God, this whole Jesus thing is real. He's in control. He's God. I'm not, and he loves me. He's not uptight. So I guess that's four.
Yeah. Yeah.
And from that moment, I mean, I was a hot mess. I couldn't hold a thought in a bucket. In about 2 weeks, I was off everything, no withdrawals,
Mm.
no cravings, don't miss it. Not, and I can be around it. Not that looking for it, but I'm like, I can be around it. Doesn't bother me. And I'm pretty good at helping other people who are there get off that. And it's fun. And I'm happy inside. I don't know how that sounds, but and I didn't expect this. I'm Jewish. I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah. I was wondering about those kind of connections, Yeah, you didn't
right,
expect this. You're Jewish.
right, anything but him.
Yeah, yeah, okay, okay, yeah. So square that circle for me, right? Because
Right.
you start out Jewish and then you sort of
Yep.
get into this, very spiritual stuff,
Yeah.
um, moving
Right.
into Christianity and a different kind of spiritual world, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Huge.
which I don't know, like I don't know how you conceive of that. I would be interested to know kind of how you conceive of the differences kind of between those worlds.
Between, help me if you for if I can usually answer that because otherwise I'm like, help me. Can you kind of hone me in to what
Hmm.
you're thinking? What you're thinking? Because I'll answer it. I think because I don't want to just jabber jaw. Like how? What do you? Can you repeat that so I can understand it? Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand because I've heard you talk now, and I've heard a little bit of
Yeah.
your prior conversations, and so I'm interested um to kind of get a handle on how you're thinking about sort of spirits. Like I've heard you talk about different spirits and
Yeah.
different
Correct.
sort of I don't know if you would say mystical experiences or experiences with spirits.
Yes, I would, but everyone thinks I'm going to have tinfoil on my head and that I'm a wingnut. But I don't. Like
I don't think you're a
yes.
wingnut. I like to
Okay.
dig to the bottom of people's stories, I really want to understand how they're thinking about spirit. And so
Okay.
is there a
Yeah.
difference, as you kind of moved
Yes.
through? Okay.
Yeah. There are absolutely different spirits, almost like flavors of ice cream. And
Wow.
also, oh yeah, there's a multitude, and some of them are good, and some of them not so good. And the ones I was playing with before, um, I thought they were good, but once I encountered the Spirit of Jesus, Holy Spirit, I'm like, oh dang, and those dudes didn't mean me any good. And because I had real tangible encounters, and then when I met Jesus, the best I could describe it is with Jesus, I can tell you a spirit. One spirit is gladness. If you've ever had gladness, it's actually a like a clue to who he is. And I'm so botching this up, but basically anyone who's had gladness of heart, that's kind of his calling card. You know,
Mm.
that's his nature. And anything of sorrow, and all right, I'll just say anything of sorrow, depression, anger, fear, those are the nature, unbridled lust, those are the things that are spirits and not on your side, not
Mhm.
friends. And after that I'll say every time you are angry or whatever, it doesn't mean a spirit is operating in you at that moment, but
Mhm.
when you have the nature of that spirit, and then there are outside entities, both good and bad, that
Mm-hmm.
are that spirit, well, embodied, except they're not they're not a body.
Mm-hmm.
So a fractal would be a Peugeot way of saying it. There are, we are influenced from above down,
Mm-hmm.
and those would be the spirits. Does that make sense, or because if
Yeah.
it sounds wing nutty, I want to refine this.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm kind of wondering. So the first time that you got this, sorry,
Yeah,
see, I don't know the right way to talk about it. So tell me if I'm
yeah,
wrong.
go for it.
Well, okay. So like I have two questions. I'm going to ask them separately.
Yeah.
Um, when you talk about this encountering Jesus for the first time,
Mhm.
is that moment in the field, or was there a prior moment?
There, funny enough, there
Or
were prior moments when I was a child, and I think a
okay.
lot of children know God, because I was always happy, and to like I could actually feel like I loved everyone, and God is love. By the way, if you ever want to know who God is or what it's like to meet him, if you've ever been in love, there is a tributary into the Mississippi. Because God, and so when I was a kid, I knew I had this thing, I just was happy. I liked people. And there was a day when I was stepping in and out of this presence.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about when I was 5.5. And I remember the day now. I was stepping in and out. And this is all internally in your mind and heart. And I remember stepping out of it and I couldn't get back in. Like I had lost the door.
I'm
And
sorry, stepping out of where?
out of this encounter, this presence, this feeling. It was something I could, I guess, elicit, but um, I really didn't understand. It was in for me, it was encountering with the Holy Spirit, and I just didn't know I had that relationship. And once I stepped out of that encounter and couldn't find my way back into it,
Mm-hmm.
I I couldn't articulate it. I didn't understand what it was, and
Mm-hmm.
I felt lost, and I didn't even know why. And that set me on a journey searching for God. I was searching to fill this hole, this thing I had left
Mm-hmm.
and misplaced that I didn't know where I'd put it. I didn't know how to find it, and I didn't know what its name was, and I didn't even know if it existed because it was. So that was what motivated me into the shamanism and all that. It was a search for that contact. We all search for we all, whether we know it or not or believe it or not, I think we all have a spot that needs to be filled by love that is divine, that can be filled by love that is divine. And until
Mm.
you get that spot filled, you might try filling it with whatever, but it doesn't last too long. And it doesn't effectively stay there.
Sure, sure. That does kind of answer my second question as well, which is thinking about when you say the spirit of gladness. I mean, I've
Mhm,
seen folks in like, Pentecostal churches kind of get the spirit and
mhm,
be moved to like dance or be slain in the
yeah,
spirit or something like that. Is that what you're
yeah.
talking about? Or are you talking about?
Yeah. Here's the thing. It can look that like that when the supernatural, good or bad, touches the human body, there is an effect. When it's really when a and I call them critters when somebody shows up,
Mm-hmm.
we are affected, good or bad. If it's good, you might have a fainting, and I've seen that, and I'm not opposed to it. But or laughing or tears, emotions. Every spirit operates within us, and we are. emotions and intellect, and so they get affected. How's that sound?
I got you. I got you. So it's. I feel like I understand you. That it's
Okay. Yeah.
spirits are affecting people's emotions.
Yeah. It's like electricity. You can't see it,
Mm-hmm.
but when it hits you, you're like, I don't know what you are, but the electricity does not care. It's just
Yeah. Yeah.
so that's kind of what it is in any spiritual walk. You're gonna have when you make a real encounter, you're gonna feel it, or it's so or have thoughts. Could be both. It usually is.
Okay, you have so many like spiritual experiences that are so rich, and I want to make sure we have time to talk about that, but
Okay,
I want
do
to
your
dig in
thing,
just a little bit of your past
please.
here.
Listen, I sound like sometimes I feel like Clara. I'm like every time I tell people like I like you, like we could be like, dude, we're friends, okay? I'm
Yeah.
like, oh man, you're gonna like here comes the tinfoil on my head, and but
Well, I've
so
talked to so many different people, and you are not the strangest by far. So,
well, thank you, thank you. You know,
okay.
all right,
Um, I don't think you're strange. Um, and
thanks.
but I wanted to start with, okay, so you're
Yeah,
growing up in like a Jewish home?
yep, yeah, yeah. It would be more like the Methodists of Judaism. It's like it's it's just community, very very strong sense of identity, very strong synagogue, and going through the ritual, very important and
Hmm.
meaningful. Not a lot of emotional contact
Sure.
there, but friendships and family bonds. Like I'm still friends with some of my friends. Um, God, it's been 50 years or something like that I've been friends with them.
Sure.
So yeah, so very Reform Judaism.
Okay. 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 And I this might be the wrong questions because I haven't spent a lot of time in. I mean, I've been to Israel, but I haven't really spent very much time in very many like actual
Uh-huh.
synagogues in the United States, especially. So tell me what. So was it once a week you were attending synagogue?
Yes, it was once a week. Went to Hebrew school. They tried to teach me Hebrew. I think I'm dyslexic. It was hell on earth.
It was awful.
Yeah, great.
Okay. So it really sucked. Was it boring? Were you bored?
Oh, it was awful. We had as the teachers, we had volunteer high school students. They tried, but oh my,
Okay.
that's yeah. It was pretty much it was a bit it was just a social gathering at worst. Sometimes education happened at best, but it was really learning the stories. We had a lot of people who were survivors of World War II Germany from the camps
Mm-hmm.
who, and so they told us the stories. So there was a lot of that imparted. Like, this is what happened. And that got ingrained. The stories, that was, those are the new old stories.
I hadn't actually thought about this being a component of synagogue. So
Yeah. Like it's you pass on traditions and you pass on your stories. Like, and so when you see the numbers on their arms and you're a little kid, you know, and when they're teaching Sunday school, like I realize now I witnessed PTSD before it was labeled. And we were just a bunch of punk kids, but when they broke down, we shut up and we paid attention as best we could. And that's when I'm like, okay, I'm going to remember this. This is something I need to watch out for. And that's part of the, it's, what is it? It's part of our history. It's our, I don't know what you would call it, not mythology, maybe. I don't know. But it's like it's part of the community cultural identity. So that's what I learned. That was part of it. That was experiential. That was absorbed. That wasn't taught. That was just from being around them.
From being around them, you absorbed this.
Yeah. So you would see they when they talk about it, how they would have a flashback. It would start off normal, and then you would hear about the guards, and then you would hear about the camps, and then they would be melting down. And at a certain point, even if you're a teenage punk kid, you're like, you know, someone's hurting, you don't like it, you don't know how to help them, you listen, and that's how I learned, you know, just these moments. And then when I would watch the black and white reels of the camps, I'm like, it wasn't just history. This happened to my friends, you know. So that's what it was to. That was part of my experience growing up in synagogue.
Okay, okay. And then, did you have collective religious practice in the synagogue as well?
Probably. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by collective?
I mean, I guess like, so I'm thinking these kind of Sunday school sort of things that happen in small groups, and then I'm assuming that there was like a Shabbat something or
Oh yeah,
other.
yeah. You know, if you look at Catholicism
Mm-hmm.
or any other Christian uh, religion, it's similar to Judaism. They all came out, all Catholic and Orthodox and Protestant stuff came out of Judaism. So there is a similar form.
Okay,
There's
okay. It's like
they
standing in a
will
circle sort of
maybe
situation.
not so much standing, but you have you'll have a rabbi or a minister. And then you have the congregation, and then you have your liturgy or a sermon.
Okay, so this was
Or
something you did weekly, like with the
oh
liturgy
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
okay, okay. Um, and then in your home, was there prayer at all?
Once, well, not much. It was Hanukkah, which is the day of you give presents, because that was a big, you know, like it was, and it was so close to Christmas. I'm like, oh heck yeah!
Okay,
And
okay,
you know, we get more days than you guys. So
okay, okay. So you prayed during Hanukkah. Did you do like the Shabbat thing at all with in the home,
no, but
Seder
folks,
and the
well, my dad's Jewish, my mom was Catholic and converted, and
converted to Judaism or converted to Catholicism?
to to sorry, to Judaism.
From
And
Catholicism.
when she came over right after the war, so that, and when my mom wanted to put up Christmas lights in the house, all hell broke loose, because my mom was a nominal Catholic, you know, it was
Mm-hmm.
in name only, and my dad was Jewish genetically and but not religiously.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole Catholicism was not kosher. It was not to, you know, it wasn't coming in the house. So why am I telling you that story? I feel like I'm losing track. Where am I at, Clara? Pull
Okay,
me
no,
in.
no, no, this is good. Your mom was Catholic and she came over from where?
Belgium.
From Belgium.
Yeah, yeah, a few
And
years after the war.
your dad
From Cleveland, Ohio.
from Cleveland, Ohio. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny. Okay, I
So,
want to ask, like, I lived in Cleveland for a little bit, so I want to figure out like where you're
did
from.
you? Where at?
Well, I lived in Euclid and
Shut
Mayfield
up.
zone. Yeah, yeah,
Oh my gosh. Okay, well then you know where Lorraine's at.
yeah. You should
Okay, that's what.
know where Lorraine's at, obviously. Once I pull up
Oh
my
my
map
gosh, this is.
here.
You grew up
Okay.
in.
No, no, no,
That's
no. I worked in Mayfield Heights area for a little bit.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. I know that area.
Okay, so you from Lorraine area.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So like yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I would never just Google Maps. Like,
Oh, that's
um,
awesome.
okay, fun, fun. So your dad, I didn't totally lose track. Good ice cream. Been to all the spots there.
Oh my gosh. Listen, one of my friends, their family owned one of the best candy shops around town. And they recently sold it and I forgot its name. But it was in that area.
Okay,
Oh,
okay. Well, there's probably a chance that I was there.
oh, that's crazy. That's
Wild.
crazy. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So your dad's from Cleveland, like
Yep.
big, long time Cleveland person.
Yep.
Okay, we got the lineage. Your mom couldn't put
Yeah.
up Christmas lights in the
Yeah.
house. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place.
No,
Oh, okay. Praying in the home. Was
right.
that a
No,
thing?
nah, not a thing. No.
Um, Reading scripture at all in the home?
Zero.
Okay, okay. So
No.
you celebrated Hanukkah and that was it.
That was pretty much it. Yeah. Then when the holidays came, like you had Passover, Rosh Hashanah, when it was time to go and celebrate the holidays, we did.
Hmm.
So we were consistent that way.
Sure. Yeah.
So, during the high holidays, they're called the high holidays. We would we would go there. It was pretty cool. I didn't understand anything. And everything was for me, I just didn't understand the most of what was going on. Because one, it was in Hebrew, and I'm like, and then I had like my world consists of playing out in the woods. If it wasn't that, you know, I had to put on a suit and tie. It was awful. It was, I'm telling you what, it was some hard. So, but we went every holiday very consistently up until the age of bar mitzvah, which is 13.
Mm-hmm.
I was bar mitzvahed at 13. And then pretty quickly after that, I'm like, okay, I'm out. And Judaism and I parted ways.
Okay, tell me what that means. Okay, I'm out. Like what's going
Well,
on
it means because at 13 it was almost like when you're 16 and, and your parents can't really force you to go to church.
there? Hmm.
There's a certain point at which they let you decide, and you're like, I would rather stay home and sleep in and, or just not go there. And it was, that's where I just decided, like, okay, I don't see any value. I don't feel any value here. For me, there was no spiritual connection. So I'm like, okay, I'm out.
Okay, okay. So that's interesting. How do you get from this point of no spiritual connection to, and then the next step for you is shamanism? What was
Well, it would be Buddhism. It went Buddhism, shamanism, Christianity.
that's good. That's good. Okay. Okay. So
um,
so yeah.
how did I get to Buddhism?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, when I was a kid on TV, there was this TV series called Kung Fu with David Carradine, and like he could, every week you were guaranteed three kung fu fights in this TV series, and what I liked is I I was grasping at straws, looking, and I saw Buddhism in a TV facade presentation. I'm like, that looks pretty cool. They all seem so placid and they all seem like they had it together. And, and I'm like, I'm gonna check this out. And then when I read about it, I'm like, it seemed easier to grasp than a God that sits in heaven. If everything is one, and there's a karmic wheel, and there's a ebb and flow of stuff. I'm like, okay, I don't know why. For me, it was, you know, easier to just say yes with. And also, like, praying when I was a kid, I don't even know if I ever prayed once. I think I prayed once for more candy after Halloween, and I didn't get more candy, and I'm like, well, that didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but when I saw the meditation on the TV screen, I
Yeah.
thought, yeah, that's interesting. I could work at this thing, and what is meditation, and how do I, it was such a mysterious word. And
Yeah. Okay, or let me push you on this a little bit
yeah,
because lots of people watch TV, but not very many people go from what they see on TV to, well, I'm actually gonna like study that or investigate that more.
right.
So I don't. I'm part of me's wondering, well, what was it? What was it that drew you in?
Okay, what I saw was a hope at there was a character that I admired that seemed to have peace.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the whole vibe of the series, there was the bald-headed monks. They seemed peaceful. They seemed like they figured it out. And I saw the meditation, and I think maybe I was just attracted to the way it looked or the way they presented it.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, and also during that time, a lot religion as a whole was tanking hard. You know, like if when I saw charismatic stuff when I was a kid, I'm like, that scared me. I didn't like them. And to be honest, a lot of the people I didn't like back then, I still don't like. Just saying, like but New Age was coming in,
Yeah.
and there was other there were other things being presented other than Christianity or Judaism, because I already knew Judaism. There wasn't anything there for me
Yeah.
experientially. So I thought, well, if it's not here, let's go check out this other place. And somebody coming in, maybe not. I'm stealing someone's office. So, um, so it's okay. So I, okay, I'll say it. I think there was an intuitive draw spiritually that my
Mm-hmm.
heart, especially at 13, a lot of kids become awake to all kinds of stuff.
Sure.
I mean, you, and one of the things can be spirituality. A sense your heart, my heart opened up at 13, 13 to 16. I knew it. There was like I felt it, and I just didn't understand it. Um, and that's when I was seeking to fill it, to make contact with something that would fulfill my heart.
So was that did I understand this correctly? That was at age 13, pretty shortly after your bar mitzvah?
Yeah, I would say from 13 to 16, that's when this craving. Now, I didn't start practicing the Buddhism. I need to, I do need to get my time right. From 13, I left Judaism. At 16, in that area, I know I was having a spiritual awakening. There was something going on in my heart that I didn't understand at all. It was real confusing.
Okay.
And that's when also the TV show was coming on, I think, in that area. And that's when I was seriously searching for answers.
Okay. Okay.
And then I would say by 18, like the next door neighbor thing, who was a drug dealer and it went bad, that put a lot of pressure, because when I say it went bad, I mean, he did not like my attitude, and I thought this could be a problem in my life. So I thought I need to reconcile my life if it, whatever happens, because if right now it doesn't feel good.
Sure.
So that's when I started getting in, went to Ohio State, got into philosophy. I plowed through the philosophy program. I didn't know that you were supposed to do under, not your, what is it? prerequisites.
Oh yeah.
I didn't do any of that. I just plowed through everything and I blew up bad.
Mm.
I was doing good, but I like, yeah. And I also found out about pot, beer, and girls at that time. It just, it was the trifecta. It was,
Yeah, yeah.
it was bad.
Okay, so you're having a good time though. I'm
For
guessing.
about one semester.
Okay, 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 okay. All
Yeah,
right.
it was, it's funny. I eventually got a degree in TV productions. Like all my philosophy classes were nominal, and I took this one TV production class and I never studied for it. And one of my friends from high school, who was
Mhm,
Lori Bonomino, she was like a straight A student and whatnot. And I was becoming a burnout at this point. And we were
mhm.
both in the same class. And it was like beginning of the class in the semester, I saw her. I'm like, hey, Lori, good to see you. And it was the last day of this class, and they posted the grades. And I think I showed up with a hangover. And I think I took the test either drunk or high or something. And she looked for her name at the top and she found it somewhere high. And then I said, Lori, where's my name? I can't find it. She goes, there, it's at the top.
Okay, okay. So you found your calling. You found your calling.
Pretty much. Yeah. I love TV production and video and everything. It's just it's it's in my blood. I really do enjoy it. But I flunked out, and also that's when I got into being a DJ at a anyhow, I'm really squirreling. They have a college radio station at Ohio State that was
Mm-hmm.
real close to my dorm. And one of my roommates, who the one who got me involved with pot because he was into rock and roll, is the one
Sure.
who also got me a job at the radio station, the college radio station, because you just had to be a student.
Yeah.
And it it was finals week, and I had finals one day, and I walked into the studio, and the tone arm on the record was just going back and forth, and there was nothing on the air. And there was a note saying, I have to go to my finals. I hope someone shows up after me. Good luck. I stayed on there all day because no one else showed up for their for their shift. I took
Yeah.
everyone's shift, flunked out of Ohio State, and had one of the best days of my life.
Oh wow. Okay. Missed your finals, but it was worth it.
Oh, dude, I went down in flames. I just, because I'm like, I knew who I was and where I was going. I'm like,
Mhm.
no, let's just drink this one away.
Okay. Okay.
And that's when I went to shortly after that to Kent State,
Okay.
got into TV production, and on in in my program you were allowed to take like 2 or 3 credits of experimental classes, electives
Mhm.
that really don't count. They're like pass fail, but you just take it, just to give you a broader horizon on basket weaving or welding. They had introduction to Zen meditation.
All right. All right. I've taken a class like that. We have
Oh
this in
yeah,
common.
dude.
Okay.
Huh?
We
Oh
have
yeah.
this in common, I say. We both had
Did
this
you?
basket weaving Zen class.
Oh, did you? What'd you take?
Well, it was a like it was a January term. We had this January term, and so it was like just an intensive 3 week, all day, every
Yeah.
day intro to Zen and different types of Buddhism, not just Zen, but
Really?
yeah, we had to meditate every day. And we got to doing these big long sessions, and
What kind of meditation? What was it? Was it
always
Zazen?
yeah, it was Zazen seated
So, did you know
meditation.
I used to teach that?
Oh my goodness. Okay, you
Dude,
can
I
look
was
at
a
me and tell
te
I haven't practiced in 10 years, but
Oh, you a shame. I'm Jewish guilt right now.
okay.
Shame,
All
shame.
right. Jewish guilt.
Yeah, no, but that's so wild. Yeah, I used to teach Zazen.
Okay, wow. Okay, so you really were on your way to becoming the Zen master.
Okay, yeah, at Kent State, there is still a guy there now who is an authentic Zen master. White dude, Tim. Um,
Wait,
yeah, I
wait, wait.
know.
Is that's okay, Tim, this guy. Okay, all right, I got you. Tim, white dude, Zen
Yeah,
master. Made me
yeah,
think of something. Okay.
right. Tim the magician from Monty Python, but so
Okay, I have this notepad
and
here.
I'm
It
not
just says ask Ron. And so if you wonder why this interview is all over the place,
nice.
I never finished that thought.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So
Just
you did Zazen for how long?
oh, just that course, and then of course I tried to practice
Yeah,
for a couple years after that. But
really? Okay. Well, I was living the dude Tim, and the reason I'm not saying his last name, just I figured that's the right protocol just to keep other
yeah,
people's name.
yeah.
So he's probably still there. I lived at, it was a house of students interested in Zen Buddhism. He was the real deal. Um, and so I'm like, oh, you are now my Swami, and I will become your humble student. And for
Okay, so you
years,
got lucky and you found this guy, Tim. That's what happened.
yeah, yeah, well, it wasn't, I tell you what, it's a rare thing. So I studied, practiced, and for me, it wasn't, how do I was eyeballs deep and I was going to go to a Zendo. I was going to be a Zen priest. I was going to do it.
Okay,
I,
okay,
I,
okay. Tell me
I
about
was,
tell me about this process of coming to this decision that
uh-huh.
I see you didn't follow through on, but tell me about what was
Right.
on there.
So for me, when I met Tim, when you meet someone who's had a spiritual encounter or a continuous spiritual encounter, I think a lot of people can recognize it for good or ill. Um, there's something I can't nail down, but usually there is a sense, there's an attitude, there are emotional responses, and then the way you feel around them. I think sometimes with people who have had spiritual encounters,
Hmm.
they'll manifest it in a way that, as much as a dog can sense good and evil, or a child, I think people can sense that as well. It's, you can't put your finger on it, but something's there. Is
So
that fair enough?
okay, but when you were around Tim, was this like, did you get this like these good vibes from him, or did you get these
Well,
like,
at first I saw an insight of love with some other stuff that later led me to go, okay, I'll pass on the whole cup of tea. There, my experience with Zen is this: there is something there, it's powerful. There is, at times, amazing compassion, and then at other times, not compassion, but there is something there that I didn't enjoy. Am I being too vague? Or if you want me to go into it, I can be blunt,
yeah,
but
if you feel comfortable going into
I
it, if you'd
do.
like to go
Yeah, no,
into it.
here's the thing, but yes, I do. Okay, so what it is when I was around Tim, there were moments of compassion and love that he would elicit that I thought were amazing. And then there were moments where he would change and become brutal and mean towards one person to manifest compassion at another person. And I'm like, and I was on the receiving end of some of the mean part. And I always brushed it aside that, well, he's the teacher and blah, 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 blah. And, he's only one Zen master, and like he's an authentic Zen master. And I don't want to, it's like judging all priests by one priest. I don't want to make that overarching statement, but what I saw spiritually is Buddha nature can be manifested in this one-on-one ritual called Dokusan, which is a lot like confession. It's the Zen master and the student, and the Zen master manifests Buddha nature at that time, and then they'll talk with you. And when I saw Buddha nature
Mhm.
manifested, what I saw was half closed eyes, which you'll see in all the Buddha statues. But when it's in person, and this is gonna be sound a little shocking, it reminded me exactly of the half-closed dead eyes of a corpse. And when I saw that, um, I'm like, "Okay, I don't like this." Like,
Mhm.
I felt like, "Okay, I don't know who you are or what you are, but I don't like you." And in Buddhism, what is manifested is there is no good, there is no evil, there is no God, there is no not God. There is all things are there is causality and suffering, and there is karma, which is the cycle of this suffering, and the end game is to get past all the karma and to get past suffering. But even to have that desire is illusory, or how it's that in itself is delusion. And when I saw Buddha nature manifested, I didn't see any love at all. And I saw to be, it was almost like, it sounds so weird, but a living death. And so once I saw that, I didn't quit Buddhism, but in the same time, I was starting to hang out at powwows uh, because of New Age. I was getting into shamanism.
Mhm.
And at these powwows, there are people, medicine men, women, uh, that say they make contact with spirits. I'm like, okay, cool. Let me check this out. And in Buddhism, they don't promote spirits, but they're not against it. But so I'm like, okay, I'm going to check this out. And I go meet people who are doing it well, rituals and pipe ceremonies and making contact with these spirits. And I get in on some of these rituals and I see stuff starting to happen. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm making contact with something cool, and it was weird, but not deathly weird in the Buddhism that I had experienced. So and then at the Zendo, that's what you call the Zen house that I was living in. This is just a house, people
Mhm.
studying Zen. Um, that scene was getting a little sketchy because and then I won't speak this over all Zen masters and all Zen establishments, but I realize if there are no checks and balance on the people in power, you will get weirdness. Weirdness, and all my friends, now mind you, all my pot smoking friends are like, "You're living in a cult, dude." And I'm like, "No, I'm not. It's just Tim, and that's fine." At the end, I'm like, I gotta go. Peace.
Okay.
And
Sometimes people have a hard time leaving groups like that. Did it just become too insular, or you just didn't wanna deal with
it was
Tim?
weird. It was not insular. There was no cutting of ties. There was no forbidden of no. It was just Tim was the power. He was the guy in charge, and
Mhm.
it wasn't dictatorial like what to do or not do, but just when it came to final say in like conversations, I
Mhm.
didn't like the way there are times when I think he was just a jerk, and I never called him out on it. And no, neither most people there didn't, and most people from the outside saw it as too controlling. But when you say insular, I think it was maybe self-inflicted, so I think maybe I was so craving a guru, a spiritual counselor that I'm like, I will turn a blind eye to the jive that I'm seeing,
Mhm.
and but after a while, I'm like, okay, someone's acting mean long enough and doing some sketchy stuff. After a while, like, all right, you're sketchy.
Okay, but you were living there full time.
Yeah.
So you had to
For
actually,
about
like,
10 years.
You had to pack up and
Maybe
leave.
10 years. Yeah. 10
10
years.
years?
Yeah. I was in like,
Oh, wow.
maybe if it was 8, but like I was on my way. I wanted to go to a Zen monastery and really get ordained. And I wanted this spiritual encounter, even though Tim's encounter at the end I saw was jacked up, but I knew he had something. And I knew there was something more to be had in life.
Okay. Were you practicing Zen like all the time, like they do at some of these
Quite,
places?
quite a bit. I
Okay.
would meditate an hour or two in the morning and then throughout the day. And then over time, I got more involved with pot and shamanism, but there was a lot of meditating going on. There
Okay.
was.
Did you have an outside job at the time?
Yeah, I'd work uh, temp jobs all the time. I had graduated from college, but I didn't find value and worth in what I had in my education. So I really didn't apply myself. And also because I was a Buddhist, it was all transitory. And the nature of money is nothing that I want to go chase after, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't, so yes, I had a job. Wasn't high paying, but yeah, I worked all the time. But
Okay.
I
Okay.
wasn't,
But yeah, I got you. I was just
so
trying to get a feel for this like 10 years. Okay. So just 8 to 10 year
yeah,
period where it was just like,
yeah, yeah,
okay. Okay. Okay.
hardcore.
Were you dating anyone at the time?
There was, well, the way I left the Zendo, so there was a music festival on campus, and
Okay.
Connie comes in this scene.
Okay. This is Connie. Okay.
Yeah. So Connie was a traveling hippie chick who had
Okay.
her own van and trailer and her own setup. And I'll be honest, it was a pretty neat setup. She had a large tent, a World War, a Civil War historical reenactment tent full of hippie gear. I mean, high class hippie gear.
Okay.
And she came into town and we hit it off. You know, looking back on it, we liked each other, but she was knee deep into being just about being an alcoholic, and I was on my way to some sort of rehab center if I wasn't careful. I was getting into smoking weed a lot, drinking a lot. I wasn't an alcoholic, but I was just drinking, and we hit it off. The Zendo was getting sketchy, and she's like, "Hey, you want to come live with me and we'll hit the road?" I'm like, "Sure."
Okay.
After meeting her for one weekend, we took off. It
Okay.
wasn't that bad. If she was a little crazy and I was a little bit, I was, dude, I was a mixed bag of nuts myself. So if we had only been sober, we might have, I don't know, we might have hated each other though. I don't know. But we lived together for about 2.5 years.
Hmm.
And the drinking and just it wasn't going anywhere good. It's just, it was, I look back on that. That was, it went from 0 to, I might get married, you
Sure.
know? Yeah. So 2.5 years after that, it went real bad because I was working, we were both smoking and drinking a lot. And her business, she tried to settle down and that didn't work. And it was, so economic pressures hit us, and then just the relationship really wasn't a loving relationship. It was more mutual using drugs and whatnot. And eventually, that's when I was at a music festival and I met Jennifer.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So we've gotten up to
And
Jesus.
yeah, yeah. So, and the first time I saw Jennifer, and it was just, oh, and by the way, Jennifer, and she, as she puts it, was on some good acid that night. So
Heard you say that with
Jennifer,
Nail, and I was just like,
yeah,
okay.
well,
Were
buckle
you,
up.
okay, were you on the good acid too?
No, I'm like, no, that's too, yeah, like I did that a little bit in college and that was like marbles in a blender for me. It was
Okay.
awful. Hated it. But she liked it at the time. Um, so that's when we started talking. Nothing romantic. It's never been romantic between me and her. Just genuine friends. And started talking about God. Again, the same way I felt towards Tim, where I recognized something in him, I recognized something in Jennifer, even though she was a mess. When she talked about God, there was a genuineness and a relational tone
Mm-hmm.
that she wasn't doing for me. It was just what was going on. And I recognized that. And I'm like, most Christians I don't like, but you're not so bad.
Okay.
Yeah. And she's like, yeah, yeah, and she's like, you're an idiot, like, but it was so much fun to be around her when we talked because she seemed to have genuine answers from an experience, not just theological discourse that's all intellectual. Um, I don't, I don't like that. So then at that time, a lot of spiritual stuff was happening as well.
Spiritual
Okay.
stuff was happening with her, with you?
Well, with me, because it was, um, how do I explain this other than, yeah, there was spiritual stuff. I don't know. I'll tell you what, I'll just tell it to you like if you're listening to a fairy tale. And so I had, I was at a music festival and I had heard about healing and whatnot. This is not Christian healing, just sh shamanistic healing.
Okay.
And I had accidentally closed my thumb in like it was a cooking stove. It accidentally closed on my thumb,
Oh my
hurt me.
God.
Yeah, it hurt me pretty bad. And I'm grasping it, and this is going to sound so weird, but I'm in pretty much pain, grabbing my left thumb, and from my heart, I just tell the pain to go. And I felt my heart like it's almost like when you hear a bass drum getting hit once, like, and I felt this thing in my heart respond, and then the pain just split. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. Something just happened. Bless you. So that was one thing I had been seeing. I'd I'd seen your typical you're like, oh, all right, you can laugh at this one. So I'm long-haired hippie, shaman, Buddhist, and I go to it was a wedding up in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee or somewhere down south.
Gatlinburg
And
Zone.
I didn't want to smoke there, so I hid some pot on me, a plug of weed. And I'm like, I've never eaten weed. I always smoked it, so I knew what was going on. So I ate this plug of weed and it kicked in pretty strong. So I'm feeling kind of mellow. And then I'm in this car with uh, a truck driver, Maynard, his wife, across from him. And then there's three of us in the back. To my right's my friend Sandy, and on the left was someone else. And all of a sudden, the car starts shaking, and windows start going up and down. And now, mind you, I'm high, but I'm sober. Like I'm not wigged out. I'm just high. I'm looking at the radio, and like in the movie Ghost or any kind of, I see the radio come on, and all of a sudden I hear this guy Maynard go, "Myrna, stop it!" And the car comes to a stop, and everyone's quiet, and I just go, "Well, that was different. What was that all about?" And they go, "Well, there's a ghost around us. Her name's Myrna." And up until that time, I wasn't opposed to ghosts, but that was my experience with a supernatural thingamabob, a spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, son of a gun, these things really are real. Does that make, and so that really amped up my pursuit of the supernatural. I'm like, well, shoot, if this stuff's real, all I got to do is practice and smoke more weed and do more shaman stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then it was weird because as I got into even when I was in the Zen world, I had certain standards and lines that I wouldn't cross.
Okay. Okay.
And and so when I used to make these flutes, just wooden bamboo flutes,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to make them in a certain way, and I was very clean and particular about it because
Mm-hmm.
there was a spiritual component to it. But
Yes. Yes.
at about the end, when I was about to leave Connie, I was starting to make bongs out of them, and I felt guilty. I felt I felt like I was dirtying my craft just for money. Like before, when I made the flutes, I'm like, you gave me money because I'm giving you a piece of my thing. They were pretty nice. It was like art. But when I was making bongs, I'm like, this doesn't feel right at all. Like
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was crossing lines. And then a buddy of mine OD'd. And that was another tipping point. And also Jennifer was taking me to church and I had, that charismatic stuff you talked about. I saw that and I was seeing something that I vaguely recognized, like I knew something spiritual was going on. And then the pastor called up, uh, called Jennifer up one day and he gave her some money. It was like $450. And I'm like, okay, I'm like in church right now. And later on that day, she had she had lost she lost the place she was at. I lost my place I was at, and we were just about homeless. But with that money, we decided to move in together. Like she had a family. She had her and 4 kids, and it was just me. She's like, listen, you're poor, I'm poor. You want to share a house? I'm like, yeah. We got a house, rented a house, got groceries, and paid and got all the utilities turned on and everything. And after that $420 was used, we had $20 left over. And it got us on our feet. And I hadn't done the Jesus prayer, I had contact at that point, but I'm like, I don't know what this Jesus thing is all about, but something cool just happened. S like that's a thumbprint I couldn't deny.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was soon after that, um, I saw when I got saved, it was in a group of people. There was a biker enforcer who was going through a hard time. He was in a group of friends. He needed to make a change of life. There was a drug dealer who was being watched by the cops. He needed to make a change of life. And I saw these guys dropping like flies. I saw them being drawn to something, saying yes to it, and then having an immediate change. Like I saw it in front of me. I'm like, what's going on here? But because I'm Jewish, I'm like, hell no. I ain't doing, like I ain't doing this. And then I think it was really a day or two after my buddy, I was told by Connie that my buddy, Little Paul was huge. When he OD'd, I'm like, okay, fine. I was like this, fine, I'll do it. Lord, be my Lord and Savior, come in my heart. In Jesus' name, amen. I was a punk. I was like, but I said the words because
Take me to the moment. Take me to the context.
so I'm sitting in this living room. I'm on the phone. Connie says, you better sit down.
Oh, for real? Like, okay, okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, what do you mean by the context? Or help me.
Yeah,
What?
okay, I got you. I got you. So like this is when this happened. Connie's on the phone with you and you're
Yeah.
like, holy shit, you got all this grief and shit because your friend, you
Yeah.
knew this guy.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm like, she goes, "What are you doing in like Paul's dead. We talked a little bit. She talks me through it. She's like, "What are you doing in Muncie?" I'm like, "Well, I'm becoming a born again Christian." Ha 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 ha. Hang up the phone. About 2 days later, I'm thinking, and Jennifer goes, "Listen, you want to get out of Ohio? You need to change life." She's like, "Why don't you move here?" I'm like, "Fine. Yeah, sounds about right." She's like, and then it was when I saw, and my friends were grilling me because everyone who kind of jumped the fence, they had encounters. They're like, "Dude, you got to do the deal." And they wouldn't force me, but once little Paul died, that's when I figured, okay, it's decision time.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right. And I felt like such a traitor. Everything in me, the Judaism, Jew killer, Christ killer, all that coming back to me, felt like a traitor. Say the whole Jesus prayer. Nothing happens. Zero. In fact, everything gets worse. I feel miserable. I feel like I'm a traitor. And I'm like, I ain't quitting. And so, as a Buddhist, you do mantras. So I made my own mantra, but it was Christian. Unplugged Buddha, plugged in Jesus, did a mantra for about 2.5 months. Hated every time I said it because it felt so wrong. But I'm like, no, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to find out what this is all about. If that makes any sense.
When this started, like at the very beginning with the Jesus prayer stuff, was that with your friends or was that away from your friends?
That was with my friends. That was in a group because they always said you had to do it, a public confession of faith. So I'm like, does that make sense?
Yeah, but okay, I'm just wondering, like the pretext, like what is your pretext even for getting together with these friends? Because before you would have been like drinking and stuff or like smoking, but like now they're all Christians.
Oh,
Like I'm
well,
just
what
trying
it
to put it
is,
together.
okay, so what it is there's Jennifer,
Yeah.
and she's, but she was only on drugs for a short time. Well,
Okay.
it was a short time. And then the same time I was doing music festivals, there was Christian who saw Jennifer and me hanging out, and he became our group friend. He was the drug dealer. Now,
Okay.
Gino was Jennifer's friend. Gino was a biker enforcer for a local motorcycle gang. And he had been friends with Jennifer for a while.
Okay. So these are Jennifer.
So it was Christian and I were the new ones in the group, but we all got along really well. And Christian, he was being watched by the cops. Gino had his life was falling apart. He had gotten a girl pregnant, and she wasn't going to let him see his daughter. And he was he was a rough guy, and he was gonna hurt some people. But on the day he was gonna go, as he was driving there to go hurt some people, Jennifer and her son tracked him down and pulled him over in a church parking lot by accident. And they didn't even, and he goes, "How'd you find me?" And they go, "Well, we actually asked God to find you because we were feeling all kinds of, we knew something was wrong." They found him. Gino recognized he was either going to go down a path of destruction or change his life. He said yes at that moment. And when he said yes, I wasn't there, but I saw him change. I saw him not be violent. Actually, me and him got along great. I thought he was one of the kindest dudes. I don't know who he was before he said yes to God, but afterwards, I never had a problem with him. I enjoyed him quite a bit.
Sure.
Christian also was a drug dealer. He was short some money. It was after Gino gave his heart to God, Christian was going to go to a deal where he's going to be short some money. Christian was a boxer and owned guns. He was going to go there and just deal with it in a John Wayne kind of way. And before he went to the deal, Jennifer, who was very intuitive, said, what are you doing? What's going on? And Christian was being very evasive, and he goes, gotta go take care of business. And then Jennifer goes, Christian, you have to give your heart to God. He'll help you straighten this out. And then Christian goes, well, I already did. And when he said I already did, it was like a light switch hit him. Like I was there. I didn't. And he goes, I already did. And then he like, it was almost like he realized he did something. And I saw an immediate, like he said, I already did. And then he started to laugh in a genuinely funny, pleasant kind of way. And I actually saw a change in his face that went from like pretty hard stern to kind. After that moment, he had a different attitude, went to the drug deal, went up to the bikers. They go, where's the money? He goes, I don't have it. But, and instead of getting all Jan Wayne, he goes, if you give me a little time, I'll get it to you. And these were some rough guys. They go, you got 1 week and then you're done. Christian got the money together and cleaned up his accounts, and he never went back, as far as I know. So, and I was the holdout. So it was, yeah, we got
Sorry,
something.
my dog is crying in the next room.
Oh, go take
She's
care of it.
fine. No, my husband's home, so
Okay,
he
cool.
has discovered it. But I was a little distracted, but I heard
All
everything you
right,
said.
that's cool. So anyhow, so Jennifer, Gino, and Christian, who were some pretty tough nuts to crack, I see transition. Because Jennifer's getting it together at this point too. She was sad for a little bit, but getting it together after her husband and her were gonna blow up. I finally said yes, did the Jesus prayer, nothing happened,
Yes. Okay. I got you.
turned a Buddhist mantra into a Christian mantra, hated it for about 2.5 months.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
In the middle of a dirt field, November 13th through 15th.
Then we get to the
Right.
dirt field. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm doing this mantra. I hate it, but I'm not quitting. And then this is where I think you'd call it mystical. I don't know, but I feel this tingling in my stomach. It's very pleasant. And I'm like, huh, all right. It comes past my heart into my mind. And then all of a sudden, all I can say was like, bam, I was back in the presence of God like I was when I was a kid. That moment.
Roll back. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah. And I'm like, I felt so young and clean and like I was home. It was pretty confusing because I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember this moment so clear. I'm like, it's you. I've missed you so much. And I go, I got back into your presence using his name. That means you and him are one. And then I just said, okay, we'll work it out. And I said, you look good. You haven't changed a bit.
Did you really? Did you really?
Yeah, I did. I know I'm cheeky, dude. I was like, I did.
All right. Robbie
Yeah.
Kendrick's God, and this is what he says. I like it. I
Yeah.
like it.
And then then I was happy. I was singing the mantra, the Buddha, the Jesus mantra. I'm just happy, feeling young. And that's when shortly, maybe an hour or two after that, that's when another spirit of his came. It was him,
Who's? I'm sorry.
God. It was Jesus. Yeah, I knew I got back in the presence of God using Jesus's name. I'm happy as a clam. I feel like a little kid.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Jennifer,
Yeah,
first you do to use Jesus. You do the Jesus prayer.
yeah,
Months pass. You don't feel
yeah.
it. You don't feel it. You have this experience in the field. Boom. Something happens. But then 2 2.0, something else happens.
Yes.
What? There's another spirit?
Well, what it is, if you imagine a diamond, it
Sure.
is one substance with many facets.
Mm-hmm.
So I met one facet of him that was almost like the
Of
love of
God?
my life.
One
Yeah,
facet of God? Okay. Okay.
there are multi-facets of God. Like you have, we all have different parts of our personality,
Mm-hmm.
but we're one person.
Sure. Sure.
So at the first facet I met of him was the one I would remember, recognize, and accept
Sure.
as my best friend. I'm like, oh my gosh, I missed you. Like seeing your best friend. I'm like, oh my gosh, I thought you were gone. And so that was the first few hours. It was like being a child again.
Okay.
So later on, now mind you, because of all the shamanism and whatnot on drugs, I'd I'd met other critters, other entities.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yes. Yes.
so then that's when all I can say is an outside, it was God revealing another facet of his nature where I could sense every molecule in the universe existing and that he was in control of it with no problem. And that it was, he is all that and more. And it's not that we're nothing. It's just that when you have a relational perspective put in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
where God reveals what the relationship is in mass and size and power and strength, you're like, oh, okay, I ain't that much. I'm like, and it was a little overwhelming. That's where I think I used the word terror, maybe.
Yes.
Like,
Yes. 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 Okay. So this is the terror strain. Okay.
yeah, it's not terror as in a slasher film. It's when you realize just how the kind of how big he is, the grandeur, and I know those are some,
No, your lion metaphor. Yeah.
yeah. And then where I'm at now, so I was feeling pretty much put in my place, and it was I wanted to hide under the dirt, but I knew he was in the dirt. Like he's everywhere. You're not getting
Sure.
away.
Sure.
And then this is where another facet of him he revealed to me is, so I feel the best I could describe is like gentle coils of energy coming up my legs
Mm-hmm.
slowly. And once it hits my heart, it was like uh it was like the best hallucinogenic I've ever taken and nitrous oxide at the same time. But I'm sober, not taking anything, and I start to laugh and laugh in such a strong way while still being in his presence. And I'm like, oh, I'm laughing in the presence of God. I'm going to hell. And I knew I was wrong. And what
Mm-hmm.
I think, what I was shown at that moment is, he's like, yeah, I'm God and I love you. Just needed to work some things out. And it was from that day, that's who I've been. It's the intensity of it changes, but
Mm-hmm.
every day since November 15th or something like that, 19th, I've felt his presence every day a lot. And I I don't know why I have it,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not any better than anybody. Maybe I'm weaker than everybody. Maybe that's why I need so much of this.
Well, let's dig into this a little bit. When you say I felt his presence, are you?
Hey, hi, what's up, guys? Hi. The kids are saying hi. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
um.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking. Sorry, attention span is real short, and I've kept you here a long time. So when you
Oh,
gotta
no,
go,
no, no.
let me know.
Listen, Claire, I'm enjoying this.
Okay,
I'm seriously.
I'm enjoying this too. I appreciate you kind of
Cool.
walking me through all this.
Yeah,
But when you say you feel his presence,
yeah.
what does?
Oh,
Can you just? What does that mean?
I
Like,
can I can tell you exactly what it is.
okay, yeah.
Have you ever been? genuine in love and felt that purity of love?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I got that a lot.
Like you're in love,
And
like a romance kind of situation.
yeah, and it's pure and it's powerful, comforting, and I
Mm-hmm.
experience that just about all the time. And then there is a tangible on my hands and forearms,
Mm-hmm.
like a tingling. You ever fall asleep on your arms and it hurts?
Yeah.
Like, ah,
Yeah, like your arm,
okay.
yeah.
You know that tingling you feel, but imagine
Yeah.
it not hurting.
Okay. Okay.
I get that. And uh, have are you familiar with Tolkien at all? Uh,
Tolkien, yes. Somebody
or
recommended one of his books recently.
Lord of the Rings, maybe?
Well, I've read Lord of the and I've read I really enjoyed The Hobbit a lot.
Okay. Well, do you know the sword Sting that glows blue that when orcs are around?
Yes, 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 yes.
When there's a need for healing or spiritual help or even something good, I'll get that feeling, the tingling a lot.
So like the sword,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And it's for all those that are listening or watching, it doesn't mean I'm better. And if you want it, you can have it too. I just want to be, but I've not clearly, I don't know what I'm doing here now, but told people like, yeah, this is what Christianity is to me. It ain't boring. It
Yeah.
never has been. So yeah, go ahead. Does this help you understand that's the relationship that I got?
Okay. Okay. With God, with each of the three
Yeah,
parts of God you have a
yeah,
relationship with.
yeah.
Okay. Is this like in like the sort of the IFS way that people have been talking about like IFS and spiritual
Well, it's
kind of
here's the thing. I think IFS is nothing but it is not what is it is give me I'm almost there. Is because it's okay. IFS to me, um give me because I hope it's a good joke too. Because the Western world is not religious, it is secular. IFS to me is secular exorcism.
I get it. I can see why you think that. Like that just huh. You say that and it just kind of clicks into place. Huh.
That's what they're doing. They don't even know it. They just don't want God involved.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I got you. I got you.
Smoke that. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. You do something with that. Have
All
fun with
right.
that.
Well, are you still I just want to know, are you still meditating? Are you still saying this koan? Are you
Oh, this is,
still
what's interesting. Um, the like a computer, if you have a virus, you just take out. Yes, I still meditate. The meditation in Buddhism in the past, Zazen, is you do not give rise to thought. You do not extinguish thought. If it's good thought, do not attach yourself to it. If it's a bad thought, don't extinguish it, and blah blah blah. With in for me, now for my relationship with God, what it is I will sit very quietly, and I
mm-hmm.
won't be doing like the Lord's Prayer, or any prayer. I will simply sit and rest, and it's I will feel his presence come in a heartbeat. I don't have to try to do anything. He's just there. It's like talking with a friend
Hmm.
when you're listening. And the best I can describe it in an easy way is when you go out in the sunlight, you just turn your face to the sun and you like enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of
So it's
uh,
attention. Sorry, I just sort of
yeah,
as you were saying that, I
yeah,
was thinking about
yeah.
you're directing your
Attention.
attention. Okay.
As I simply turn my attention to him, he's there.
Okay.
And then the funny thing is when I
Oh no, you're frozen a little bit here.
Oh, okay. Tell me when I'm back.
Okay, okay.
Testing.
You're back, you're back.
Okay.
Is it on my end? Do I need to?
Yeah, yeah. You're okay.
Okay, okay. So you turn your attention to God.
Yeah. When I simply turn and actually I don't have to do it. Yeah, I just turn to my attention to God and he's there. He's always with me.
You
Always, always have that feeling, that connection, that love. It can vary in intensity,
sure.
but it's always there. Has been ever since day one.
Are you seeing, encountering, experiencing like spiritual entities as well?
Oh yeah. Yeah, sometimes depending, especially if I have a bad attitude,
Mm,
listen, saved or unsaved, if you have a bad attitude, you are a landing strip for a critter. Like if
okay,
you're a habit, yeah, that's what
okay,
I
okay,
that's redneck for spiritual entities
okay.
that mean you know well, that mean you harm. If you have un anybody has unforgiveness,
Sure.
bitterness, um it's not an automatic you will get something, but if you habitually do it, it's almost like drug addiction. It takes practice.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but yeah, I've felt negative stuff, and there's it now that I'm older. I'm like nowadays, if something shows up, I'm like, I don't care. Like, and actually, it's going to sound odd, but I'll actually use it to my advantage. If I feel something wrong in my heart,
Mhm.
I'll be like, okay, this isn't a problem. What do I need who do I need to forgive? What am I improperly? It's like if you feel something sharp when you press your hand against something,
Mhm.
the problem isn't the sharp object. The problem is you pushing against the sharp object.
Sure.
So if you learn how to stay away from them, uh, I mean, I help out in drug addiction and stuff. Just small groups here, one on one mostly.
Mhm.
Um, not like AA, nothing against AA, but a lot of the people I deal with, they have negative entities that, demonic entities that affect them and can be dispatched simply. And it's not the head spinning, vomiting thing. It's more
Mhm.
like, oh, by the way, if you ever want to know how to be a great exorcist, it's kind of like, and the IFS people are trying to do this. The best exorcism in the Catholic Church, I've heard exorcists say, you simply start with a very good confession.
Mm.
Confession is not to beat someone up. It's just when you say, I've had this problem, I've had this grudge, I've had you you dump your junk to someone you can trust.
Mm.
When you ask for forgiveness from God, when there's someone there, I don't know why when there's someone else there, there's more impact. Not
Mm.
always. It's not mandatory, but there's something person to person when you say, "Listen, I've done this. I'm sorry." And usually there's some greater result.
Mm.
So yeah, I've experienced negative stuff, and to be honest with you, I've experienced a lot because I was an idiot, and I was. This thing that I encountered,
Mhm.
I got bitter. I went into business with a buddy, and it went bad, and
Mhm.
I got bitter. Well, it's almost like a race car. Difference between a slow moving car and a race car. If you make errors in a slow moving car, you have smaller incidents of error.
Mhm.
You're in a race car and you do the same error at a higher speed, you can have I was that guy and I didn't understand forgiveness. I
Mm.
do now. So to answer your question, yes, I have experienced negative, demons or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
IFS people would eat your heart out at IFS. So yeah, I have.
Okay. And you've also sort of witnessed some in other people, you're telling me. Okay. I think this might be a bit of a fast forward here, but
Hmm.
help me to understand. Okay, and I usually don't like I don't know how to ask this because so I was looking at your YouTube page right before
Mhm.
we started today, and I was noticing these videos of you
Yeah.
sort of in this banner Jews for Jesus. And I was wondering,
Oh, that one. Yeah.
I was
Okay.
just I didn't get a chance to watch all the videos, but I was wondering
Sure.
how does Mark how does sorry, not Mark. I was watching you and Mark as well. How does Ron go from these sort of more charismatic churches to
Jesus for Jesus.
yeah, what's going on there?
I got called by a guy who's in Israel, who is the Messianic Jew is like you're Jewish, but you believe in Jesus, Messianic Jew. He called me up. He hit me up on Facebook Messenger. He's like, "Hey, you want to do an interview? You sound interesting." I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah, you
And
are interesting.
yeah, why not? So I think he was also New Age as well,
Okay.
and he had a conversion experience as well, and so he was doing it. It's just when he did it really well, and it just took off. So that's how that's how you found me there.
Okay, so are you institutionally affiliated at all with Jews for Jesus, or is it just like a one-off sort of thing with this
One
guy?
off. Yeah, I'm not opposed to them. Good
Okay.
folks, but you know,
Okay. Would you call yourself a Messianic Jew?
yeah, I think so. Um, it's like Jewish is for me is like being black. It's
Yeah.
like it's a race. So, but it's weird. A lot of Native Americans run into this. Like when you're Native American, you also have a theology almost tagged to you.
Mm-hmm.
So when when I had my, when I jumped ship in 99 or jumped the fence, it, I am Jewish. I believe in Jesus, so I am a Messianic Jewish person, even though I go to like a Protestant church. So it's just who I am.
Okay. Awesome. Can I run through my list of questions here? These
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah, yeah. I would really, yeah, grill me. What you got? Let's go.
okay. These are usually kind of quick, but okay, so zero
Yeah.
to 10. What is the importance of religion in your daily life?
10.
Okay, what is the importance?
Um,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
there's more.
No, go. You ask your questions, but 10.
Okay, but if there's more, I don't want to cut you off.
Well, no, I mean, I think because all my backstory tells you why it's a 10,
Sure,
just the
sure.
significance of the encounter.
Okay. What's the importance of religion to the sense of who I am, who you are?
I I would have to say it's high, like again 10, but I don't know what you mean by religion.
Okay. So you don't know what I mean by religion? Okay.
Well, I mean, listen, you know TLC, like they'll take apart every word. Like, what do you mean? You know what I mean? And this is out of respect for the question you're asking. Like if you say you're religious in my part of town, that's a cuss word.
Okay.
Oh yeah, if you're religious, oh you're religious. I'm like, dude, I was born again, but at a pot festival, bud. Like
Okay. So there's
so
some caveats.
religious has there's a Saturday Night Live has what's called the church lady skit where
Okay.
everything
It's
she said is maybe Satan. And
okay.
I've met some church ladies. I'm like, I don't like them either. But so what was, yeah, I'm not that. But religion, as far as having a relationship with my deity, you know, yes.
Okay. 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 So thinking about your definition of religion here, what is the importance of religion in making decisions on family? Zero to
Pretty
10.
high. See, for me, it's all relational
Mm-hmm.
because the encounter I have with God is every day, all day. And it's not to say I don't use my mind to make decisions, but there will be emotional inspirations that will indicate yes or no to certain things. And it would all, as well as other biblical things, of just, and which are very common, good and evil, like, is this good or bad? And kind of refining it just to, the more important the decision, taking more time out to figure out, is this good or bad? And how does this work out?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then for politics, making decisions on politics, I mean, I'm assuming you're,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, especially this past few years, I do look at the person. I don't expect religious purity out of my religious stuff out of anybody. I'll just look at you like, how crazy are you? And how likely are you to blow us up? And the least amount of damage. And,
Hmm.
we've had some real quality candidates here lately. What ticks me off is that Kennedy didn't have a chance to run. I would have voted for him twice as a Republican.
What,
I
brainworm
love
guy? Are we talking about?
Kennedy.
Yeah,
Kennedy.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I
He had
think
to
he's
drop
awesome.
out. Okay,
He's a
okay,
he, he's a he was. I'll be honest. He could have won by a landslide. He could have beat Trump.
okay,
You
okay.
know.
Yeah, yeah.
Um. uh, so for you asked me about politics, I think just now,
Yeah,
was
yeah,
it?
yeah. The importance of religion for making decisions on politics. So
Well,
that's
okay.
about
So the
Kennedy,
importance
yeah.
of, like, I would have to say morals and ethics is like, so yeah, pretty important.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So the next questions are about how often you do these, like they're they're being called religious practices. You can think about them as practices related to your relationship with God.
Uh-huh.
Um, so how often do you attend a service?
Church.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we're in a church right now. This is like I have the keys to the church.
That's I saw that somewhere. You got the keys to the church, and I thought, my goodness, why did they give you the keys, Ron?
I know.
What's
They
going
really,
on?
yeah, they must be high.
Okay, wait, what kind of church is it?
It's non-denominational, Pentecostal-ish,
Okay,
charismatic church, Tabernacle of Praise,
okay,
Muncie, Indiana.
okay, okay. Ron, you gotta invite me to church with you sometime.
Oh, you were welcome anytime, every time.
Oh my
Seriously.
goodness. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and actually, like the worship leader, my friend Amy,
Mm-hmm.
actually, she's got dreads, big
Wow.
one, tattoos. Oh, and she's the pastor's daughter.
It's just wild, man. Wild. Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna be taking
yeah.
a field trip to Muncie soon.
Oh,
Uh,
you are seriously. If you do, I'll set you up right. I'm serious.
awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome, awesome. I appreciate it. Sorry, it's always gotta see, how the gotta see how the
right.
religion happens, Ron.
Oh
Uh,
no, yeah, for sure. Yeah,
okay,
they're,
okay.
they're they're good folks.
What?
They're good folks.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Well, well, listen. Between me and you, when I first met them, like, I'm better than you. That good bunch of hillbillies. I love them. I'm just a stuffed shirt kid from Cleveland.
Okay, okay, all right, all right. How often do you pray, Ron?
Here's the thing. I'll be honest. For me, it's gonna sound odd, but my goal is all the time,
Okay.
and it's not difficult. If it like Thich Nhat Hanh, like, I'm not a Buddhist, but I understand, and also, like, I know these guys, some of them, and it's about living it. There's a place where you can get, where the encounter with God flows through you gently and not coercively, where you can
Hmm.
flow with God. It's not difficult. It's just yielding. And it's not submission like chains. It's more when you're in love and you are together and you're flowing well,
Hmm.
that's it. You don't have to do anything. You just be it.
I got you. I got you. You just be it.
Yeah, it's like being outside in the sun.
Yeah.
Um, if you just, whether you're trying to be out in the sun or not, you are. It's once you realize you are, you don't have to try. Nothing against praying. I'm not against people. There's some people who will take the Bible and recite it. Great, good for you. It's very effective. But if I have prayer, most of my prayers is if someone's sick, I will pray for them. Then I'll get pretty direct and go, God, or a tragedy,
Mm-hmm.
like, Lord, hey, it's me. Can we talk? Can you please help so and so for whatever? I like doing that quite a bit. Then that it's more intentional, direct, and forceful. Not like
Mm-hmm.
it's more like work might sound like an odd word, but when you dig a hole, there's effort. Let's say you're planting a tree. You get a shovel and you're working, but there's a reason, purpose, function, and end.
Mm-hmm.
For me, prayer is similar to that. It's not a drag, it's not drudgery. I feel like in my heart I'm doing something, and until I feel that function complete, I continue on with it until I feel like it's complete. And then when I feel that it is, then I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
It's like having a conversation. It is a conversation with God. If you're talking to your spouse, da 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 da.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
you know, so that's what prayer is for me. Other times, and it can be kind of goofy. Like, I love me this ice cream. I know you loving it because I love it. You made me. So that means you're with me and you like chocolate and you like pumpkin pie. And I'm serious. That's a prayer.
That's prayer right there. You and God talking about ice cream. That's how you know that God's favorite flavor of ice cream is obviously
Yes,
pumpkin pie.
exactly.
Because you
With the
talked to
crust.
God
Yes.
about that.
Um, that's how it works.
Okay, and God answers you back.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. You're fitting in with my expectations about folks in your denomination, but I still don't get it. God answers
Oh,
you back. How does this happen?
okay. Now, in our hearts,
Okay.
for me, it's very emotional. That there are different ways. Um, our conscience, our consciences are, and imagine, really a lot of it's the conscience. He will utilize our conscience. Everyone has a conscience. Some
Mm-hmm.
are sharper or more sensitive to him than others. And as you get closer to God, he will help you understand your conscience and the feeling of it.
Yeah.
And also in conjunction with that is love, like
Mm-hmm.
like almost like the spousal, parental, brother, sister, family member, friend.
Mm-hmm.
And so when if it's something good, it can be very loving
Mm-hmm.
and affirming.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something bad, your conscience, if you're willing to listen to him, you'll feel like, oh, I'm about to do something bad, or I'm doing something bad. And that's called conviction, not condemnation.
Mm.
Condemnation is you suck, you always have sucked, and you suck now and you suck forever. That's condemnation.
Condemnation.
Conviction is you can do better. I
Mm.
love you. You're you're missing it. Like, dude, come on now.
Okay. Okay.
Or even like you're like when you hurt a friend or a family member, you're
Mm-hmm.
like, oh man, all right, my bad.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Okay.
that's
No, okay, but just clarify for me because I have to ask.
yeah, yeah.
When you're talking about ice cream though, and God's ice cream preferences, are you You're bullshitting me. Okay, okay.
Yes, yes, that was all. But yes, that was me, dude, Clara. Like,
I wanted God to have the same ice cream preference as me, as said by my friend Ron
um,
here. And
listen,
I thought you were for real. And I was like, I was gonna tell my husband that God likes the same ice cream I like, okay?
no,
You don't have to share this video with anyone.
no, I think I'm gonna share it with everybody.
I really want you on record saying that God likes the same ice cream I like, okay?
I feel so bad. I can't. No, actually, I don't.
Don't feel bad. I had to ask, okay? I had to
Oh,
ask.
I'm so. I
Don't
hope I'm not. I gotta ask God. Am I in trouble? Like, if I die now, I'm so sorry. No, just no,
No, don't let me get you in trouble with God. Like,
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
know how
no,
this
no.
works,
This
Ron.
is, and actually, this is the kind of stuff that I like. I love doing. This is
Okay.
you have now. Like, honestly, I hope I might send this to Grim.
He's gonna have too much fun with this. Don't do it.
I
Don't
know.
do
I know. But all kidding aside, is the talking is just that. It's there. It's very subjective.
it.
I can't give you a formula. It's very personal, however, and it's very uh, interpretive. But you'll know it's very definitively him. Like, a child knows its mother's voice, or a dog
Mm-hmm.
knows its owner's voice. And in the Bible, Jesus says, "My sheep know my voice, and another's voice they won't follow," which means everybody is going to hear at least one voice.
Mm.
And it might be kind of sketchy, but the ones that are his kids will hear the other ones, won't listen to him, and they'll listen to him. He speaks through a heart, intellect, um,
Mm-hmm.
the conscience. And it is by his spirit that he makes our hearts alive,
Mm-hmm.
alive to him and alive to others. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so yes, he does talk, and there's not one set way. Some people, not often, have heard him, but usually, I'll be honest, if you hear him, either you have done something, you're about to do something stupid, or you might be going through a hard time, about to go, and you need to either be told to stop it
Mm-hmm.
to save your life, or to be encouraged to get you through a hard moment.
I got you.
Rarely does he talk,
So
but
God's
he
not
does.
sending howlers there. He's
Huh?
if you have you read the Harry Potter series? God is not sending howlers. I'm a
Oh,
nerd, okay? You know, the
oh yeah,
letters
yeah, yeah.
that
No, 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 no. Yeah, right, right.
shout at
Well,
you.
actually, he does. He does send howlers. He will, but but only if you're bad.
So he's not sending good. Okay, okay, all right. I got it. I got it. God
So if you
communicates by shouting. Okay, okay. This
yeah,
we really deviated from the questionnaire here, but I feel like I'm getting some.
no, this is awesome. I'm like, yeah, dude. I got so many howlers, you don't even want to know.
I do
Oh,
want to
dude.
know, but
Oh, I'm like, Lord, forgive me. Mm-mm.
okay, okay,
I ain't
all
doing
right.
that no more. Mm.
If you have some kind of like vision this evening about ice cream, though, I want to know about it. I want to know about it.
Nothing, but this is where free will and agency comes in. I think we should decide.
Wow. Free will and agency. Okay, all right. Has this become all just entirely missionary?
Oh, dude,
You have to
totally.
tell me if you're trying to convert me, Ron.
No, I'm just having fun. I'm
Okay.
just like, we are going where the big fish are at.
All right, here we
Free
go. Big
will,
fish, big
agency,
fish.
and ice cream. Like,
Free will and
there it is.
agency, Ron. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is, what got me for the TLC, I came in, like, I had a rough spot about a year ago at a church I won't name. It was
Okay.
just, it was, I think I'm allowed, I didn't belong there and I was praying there a bunch. Anyhow, it went bad. I got into a tiff with a custodian. I was there praying too much. And I'm like, you're a custodian, shut up. And it didn't go well. And I really got hurt because I was there for several years. This is my home church where I'm at, but this was a secondary church, and I got ripped out of that community pretty fast.
Yeah.
And I was hurt. And it was also the time where there's this guy named Martin Shaw. Like I got, okay, you've heard of him. He was doing an interview with Sherry at Grail Country, and
Okay.
I checked that out, and um, like Martin Shaw was speaking my language because I knew he was a guy like me. He was heathen pagan, had an encounter, and he didn't lose. He's you know, he didn't go Pentecostal. He didn't shave his beard and, you know, get a tambourine, and he stayed the same. He kept his stories. He said he had a different understanding of God. That, to be honest, was very similar to me because I'm like, dude, I'm New Age, I'm powwow, I got different stories. And the way he understands the imaginal is in a relationship to God. The imaginal is not nothing. The imaginal is incredibly important to our relationship with God because a large part of our relationship with God is that. It is imaginal. It's not illusion or imagination. That's just vain. It is the intermediary between us and God, dreams and stuff like that. And when I heard him say that, I felt like I felt when I met Sherry or, you know, saw her, Paul Vanderklay, and I was like, something's going on here. I think there's something for me because I was very, when you said, have I ever encountered something bad? Like, I thought like a demon, for lack of a better word. But after I had that encounter with that church, that blow up, I was feeling bad. I had bitterness and unforgiveness a lot.
That's custodian situation?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I was feeling things not coming into my heart, but
Mhm.
trying.
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh, no, you don't. Like, I was tasting bitterness when there was none. And I'm like, okay, God's giving me a warning shot. Like, I need to forget. And so I needed to practice. And I think I learned through Martin Shaw, like the stuff I had been doing, it just validated how my walk with God it's a little bit different. I'm not the best, but it's just different. And his is similar. And then also, uh, Paul Kingsnorth as well. He's another writer.
Okay.
He was, he was pagan and had an encounter with Christ, same as me, similar. And these guys' stories helped not validate, but it was just so good to see others getting it the same way. Because a lot of people where I was at, there's a few people understood me, but not most. And when I got booted out and I never got a chance to really defend myself. And God, you know, when we talk about that whole God thing, talking, when all this was going down, all I got was a sentence because as I'm getting told to go, not by the head people, just some underneath people, I actually took a moment and I said, okay, I'm going to pray. Like, and all I got was a sentence in my head. It was leave, comma, nothing but a thank you.
What was the first word? Lead or leave?
Leave,
Leave.
go,
Okay.
leave, leave, comma, nothing but a thank you. And to me, I interpreted that as keep your mouth shut, leave peacefully, just turn your back on them, don't be mean. I didn't do that. I felt like I wanted to be vindicated and avenged and I wanted vengeance. And the more I did that, the more I felt the bitterness and I was poisoning myself.
Mm.
And then when I got into the corner, I talked with other people and I just remembered, no, you might like this. Luke Thompson, I was listening to him. I didn't understand a word he was saying. I'm like, that boy's got the brain the size of a planet and a mouth of a ratchet jaw. I mean, and he's a brilliant, nice, kind dude. I'm like not coming down on him. And I listened to him and I didn't understand what he was saying for a long time. Still don't. But what I realized, there was a thought in my head, and this might have been God. I don't know, probably was. It was, I admired the way he turned every question inside out, upside down, sideways, like a Rubik's Cube. And I'm like, that's a valuable practice. So, and I was suffering, like there was some spiritual junk going on in my life that I had not yet reconciled, put to rest from everything that happened at the church. And one day I took a very consistent spiritual problem, like negative, and I looked at it in a different way. It's on the best I could describe it is instead of pushing on a door that I could never open because I thought it was locked, I pulled on it. I looked at it a different way. I was like, how would Luke look at this? And I did it, and immediately the problem left. It was so weird. I'm like, what? And I felt it like 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 ISF, eat your heart out. Something just happened. Like it was an ISF moment. And why am I'm rabbit trailing. Why did I go here?
This thing about Luke, these you were just kind of segueing. I think it's a sort of you started in the corner for Martin Shaw, and then
Yeah, no, because
Sherry.
what we were talking, because there's a reason I was going on this tangent. It was a
It's
little bit, pardon?
oh, I was just thinking about. I asked you how often you pray.
Yeah. Okay. And
Tell me
a
about
minute was going
prayer.
back talking to God because I was trying to make a point to you because we were talking about free will and agency.
That's right. You were going to talk about free will and agency.
Yeah. And so this comes back to like how I was supposed to act, I didn't, and how it's when you figure out when God talks, he will give you options and guidance and direction. It
Mm-hmm.
is our free will and agency he never interferes with. You're always free to do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
And it is for me emotions that guide me. I'll feel good ones. I'm like, okay, we're on the right track. Bad ones, wrong train of thought. Move on somewhere else. And that for me, you know, that to me is what my relationship with God is. And I think that is prayer when that can operate and flow in you all the time.
Mm.
So that there are times when, you might ask something more directly, but most of the time you're just enjoying the company of someone you love.
Okay. Okay. I feel like I understand that. I feel like I can't mess that up.
All right, cool. All
Ron's
right.
describing what prayer is. Um. Okay. 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 How often do you read scripture?
And I listen a lot. I listen to it more so. I hate reading. At first, when I read it, I read a lot because I didn't. But now with YouTube, dude, I'm at work. I'll plow through a book fast.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with reading, but I get a lot more. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lazy. So a lot, but I listen.
Okay. Okay. That reminds me. I didn't ask you what you do for work.
Oh, I work as a groundskeeper at Ball State University.
Oh, fun. Do you enjoy it? Do you get to? I
I
mean,
love my job. I'm an outside kind of guy, playing in dirt. And I
Mhm.
know my job well enough now where they leave me alone. So they like me, but they're like, you are the oddest dude. Like, if they put, yeah, well, because when I'm by myself, I'll listen to you guys, you know, like when we're on
Mhm. Mhm.
Discord, dude, they're like, I'll pop on Discord and I might be raking and whatever, but I'm like, it is a great mindless job and I love it.
Okay.
And if I want to pray, I can do that. And I've been trying to listen to the Bible a little bit more. So quite a bit. So
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's interesting because that gets to anticipates my future questions. But how sure are you that you believe in an afterlife?
dude, all right, buckle up.
All right. All right. I'm here for it, Ron. I'm here
All
for it.
right. So when I was a kid, I had what I called these cartoons. I would see things. It was kind of like monochromatic with different, like, how you would, comic books are primary colors like blues, red, greens, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
I would
Mhm.
see that as a child.
Yeah.
It was like an opaque overlay to the world, not evasive. And I would see, and so I saw stuff, didn't understand it. I'm like, and one day I had what I'd call a cartoon played in front of me. And I was
Mhm.
like, oh, I'm watching a cartoon. And so I saw people, I saw places, and there was an emotional component to all of them. And it was shortly after that where then, remember when I said when I was young, I walked in and out of that experience? And first I got the vision was about the same time, probably a little bit before I walked in and out and completely out. And um, there was a streak. Well, getting back to why do I am so afterlife? Why? Everything I've seen in that cartoon has come to pass. It helped me through rough times, and there's also more to come. So, and then the encounter I have in my heart, which I'm like, dude, if you had what I had, you'd be like, yeah, we're good. We got no problems. Like, there's an assurity that's not my own. Like,
Mm.
like, there's a certain point where, like, oh, okay, so that's how it is. All right, cool. Um, and there was one, don't tell my mom this, and I know she'll never see this. She's 94. So I was in the hospital once. The attacked by demon, or you said, do you encounter demons and all that? Well, first time I actually felt one, I thought I was having a heart attack. I was going to ministry school and I saved up $1,000 because I had to fly out.
We got this far in the conversation and you didn't tell me about ministry school?
Dude, listen, I've been 23 years.
Can we pause for just a second? I gotta
Yeah,
take a quick break. I'm
no,
sure
you're
you do
fine.
too.
Yeah, listen, I gotta go pee. Can I go pee and then I'll just come right back?
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it and then I'll turn my camera back on when I'm back. Take your time.
Okay. Listen, I just said I had to go pee on camera. You can edit that.
Record before we lose our um unless you had something embarrassing you didn't want to be on camera.
Yeah. Glad I didn't tell anybody in public. I had to go pee, but that's another story.
It's already on, you're being recorded.
There we go.
Um
I
okay,
have no
so
shame.
you were like you must have gotten wind about my fear of clergy, and so you were hiding that part of yourself from me.
Oh,
Fine.
dude, I'm so
Fine.
really? Oh my gosh. I didn't listen, I don't like them either. Dude,
Dude.
you want to know why I'm clergy? Yeah, you'll crack up at this.
Okay.
So I get saved at the pop festival, and then about 2.5 years later, uh my buddy, well, he wasn't my buddy, there was a drug dealer in town who got popped with 2 pounds of coke, 4 ounces of meth.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he was going to do 250 years of time, like he was cooked.
Okay. Okay.
His mom goes to this church, So she goes, Pastor, would you go pray? Would you go visit my son? And he goes, yes, ma'am. So, and Greg, he was built like a brick. Like he was just, he was like a Rottweiler of a human being, just all muscle, all jaw, and
Mm-hmm.
just, he was just out to make money. And so he goes, Pastor Tyner goes visit Greg.
Okay.
So Greg, he's got this like mafia code of honor thing.
Sure.
Like, you help me, I help you. Preacher man visited me once, I will go visit the preacher man once. And now Greg had nothing to do with religion and God, nothing, but he had a debt and he was going to pay it. He comes to service, and like whammo, like something happens to Greg. And now Greg was one of those guys, he has no filter. He has, I mean, what's in there is coming out. And like something genuinely uh, transformed within him. He goes to the judge. The judge is saying, you are faced with 250 years of time. How do you plead? They're all expecting not guilty, get a lawyer. He goes, I'm guilty. Judge goes, excuse me, son. I go, yeah, I did it. The judge goes, okay, you know you're facing 250 years of time, right? And he goes, yep. And he goes, why are you pleading guilty? He goes, well, I gave my heart to Jesus and I've changed. Have you ever seen Brother, Where Art Thou?
I've heard the soundtrack. Do I need to add this
Okay,
to my list?
okay. When you watch that movie, you'll understand. Greg just goes, well, I gave my heart to Jesus. I've changed. I realize I'm wrong, and I just got to deal with the consequences of my actions. The judge looks at him, and I'm condensing this story, but he basically go, and this just happened. The judge goes, you have 250 years. I'm going to sentence you to 2.5 years at a minimum security place called Chain of Lakes up in Michigan or something. And he goes, and then you have 9 years probation. He goes, don't let me ever see your head in this court again. Greg gets out. Does I think it was 2 years. It wasn't even 2.5. Gets out early. Was supposed to do 9 years probation. 9 months later, court judge looks at him and goes, like he changed. He goes, you're off probation. So Greg was free. But the deal he made with God is, he's like, God, if you get me out of here, I'll do what you say. So in his heart, he feels God goes, go to jail, talk to the kids, tell them what I did for you.
That's coming straight from God.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
so tell me how you got roped into this.
well, so I'm at the pop festival when I got saved, right? We're
Yeah,
at the same church,
it's the same
and
church.
he
Okay.
starts going to jail. He goes, Ron, you want to go to jail and talk to kids? I'm like, no,
Good
no, I
call.
don't.
Good call, Ron. Good call.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
I'm like, I don't want to go to jail. I spent most of my life trying to avoid it. He's like, give it a try. I go there, and at first I'm scared. And then there's a day when it clicked when I looked at these kids. I'm like, wait a second, these kids ain't nothing but me, except they got caught. They didn't have as good of a home as I did. They got caught and they're hopeless. I'm like, okay, this ain't right. And I started to talk and share how God transformed me, and I saw the experience replicate in the kids. Like, and it was a weird moment. I'm like, because I felt like I had to save kids. And I'm like, no, I don't. I just have to tell them about him and let him do the deal. I don't do anything. I'm at best a mailman with an advertisement. And so it was working well. And then we were going there so much. Like the guards and the staff, everyone loved us. They gave us extra time, extra days. they were writing about us, and they go, well, there's a problem. Are you guys a clergy? We're like, what's that? And they go, are you ordained? So we went to our pastor. He's like, listen, we need to be ordained in clergy. What do we do about this? He opens his drawer, like, because the system of this facility loved us. They're like,
Yeah.
we want you there. He pulls out these cards. It says Tabernacle of Praise Ministers, signs his name. We sign our name, date it. Boom.
Wait, he ordained you by himself.
Because we needed the credentials. We were going into prisons. We were, but, you know, yeah. And that's how it happened because we were just, it wasn't that we were that good. How do I put this? When we went to place the same way we're talking, we would talk to them.
Yeah.
Hi, dudes. What's up? Do you want to change? If not, cool. You'll keep getting what you got. But if you want out, I got some, I got something for you.
Mm.
And we would make them do the work. You ask for yourself. You put in the effort to contact him. But as he's done it for us, he will do it for you. And that's what we saw. And there was enough of it where the facilities saw like an effect. And they're like, okay, you know, you guys can come back. So that's why and how I became a minister. Yes, I am a minister. Yes, I'm clergy, and I hate most of them. I don't like most of them. I hate most of them. I think, oh, dude, just like my right hand's like getting that orc tingle thing. Like, yeah, I'm like,
You
no,
got
no,
that
not you.
worked.
Yeah, not you, but it's like what I hate and despise. PBK is a good example of a good minister.
Okay.
I like him. Like he's like that's I think the most valuable thing in heaven PBK does. There's a lot he does, but I think it's the Freddie and Paul show.
I love the Freddie and Paul show.
That's what I'm talking about. If you want to know what real, there's your Christianity.
Mm.
That's it. You know, I mean, there's people out there doing their best, and I'm not going to hack on them. But clergy, if you're good, I think, should be the most humble, kind, generous, fun, happy
Mm.
person around. And if you ain't that, well, maybe you should give up your stuff and just go get saved.
Okay, go find Jesus.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Tell me about this orc tinkle situation. You got it. Just talking about clergy, or
Well, what it is I don't like, and dude, if you're gonna be a representative of God, you should know him. And I, I, get- I get frustrated when I see people in positions of spiritual power who don't.
mm.
Man, and it's weird. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I'm expecting too much. I don't know, but it's just I got a bad attitude when I don't see it, and so I'm learning to shut my mouth. But yeah, I'm clergy, but I think I'm the fun one.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like if like Paul, like I look up to him a lot.
Mm.
That's a good example of I run charismatically, like, but then for me, it is more like being a mechanic. It's
Mm.
not, it's like where and why and how are you hurt? How can I help you? And then once I'm done and you can fly, dude, jet out of here. Go tell me something fun.
Mm.
Tell me where you go. That to me. So yeah, that's, I think being jail clergy affords me to be who I want to be because there ain't no fancy preachers in jail. And if there are, they're doing it for the wrong freaking reasons. I'm there because dude, I'd probably be dead by now, or definitely a burnout.
Mm.
Dude, if you saw me 23, 24 years ago, I had fried my mind so bad on everything. I couldn't hold a thought in a bucket. And I got healed. So,
Mm.
so you don't like clergy. You're
It's a
allergic to
little
them.
joke we tell. Joke we tell. Come on, Ron.
Oh,
Stick
dude,
with the
no,
bit.
we're
Stick with the
even
bit.
because I got you on the ice cream. Like now we're even. Because I'm like, oh my gosh,
Oh, okay.
I'm like, oh no, she's hurt. I need to heal her. What have they done to you?
Don't heal me, Ron. Don't heal me. Um,
Put your hand on the TV set and by faith.
got my Orthodox prayer book over here.
Oh no! All right, listen, okay, I can do it. I can listen. I can. I am a diverse individual. I can.
Diverse individual.
Oh
This is
yeah, like Orthodox. I do like Catholics quite a bit. Some like Neil's Catholic, and I think a lot of it. Obviously there's some I no, not a. Some of it I like. Some of it I don't. Some of the most valuable things I've learned, and it's there's a lot of videos on exorcism, which sounds so sketchy and weird. But Catholic exorcism, in a nutshell, is what everything I told you. It's simply a real exorcist is finding out the root cause of a hurt,
Mm,
of unforgiveness, getting you to forgive, validating your identity as a child of God.
mm,
And then at that point, you're usually able to get rid of whatever entity is messing with you. But so they're pretty good that way. And I'll grab from the Orthodox. I haven't learned too much about them. Jonathan Pageau, Symbolic World, and Martin Shaw have been.
mhm.
I like Pageau because I never really thought of the Bible as symbolic patterns. And that's cool. And then another thing, what the language I'm learning that's different in the corner is agency.
Mhm.
And that's what else is there? Embody, agency. And I'm still trying to figure that one out a touch. Like agency is just free will. Yeah? No? Do you have any insight into it?
You're trying to get me to talk. I know you got your pastor skills here.
Listen, no, this ain't pastor. This is just me and you. Cause like I don't some of these words like ontological and epistemological. I'm
And
like,
90% of people are pretending they know what those mean.
well, I tell you what, good. Like they're a bunch of like so, but agency, yes, I am asking if you have, because like is free will. No,
Griswold Grimm would say that there is no agency. Um,
Grimald Grimm's on acid a lot.
is he? Because
No, he does. He's mentioned, and I'm sorry, Grim, if you ever see this, but he's mentioned that he has quote unquote poisoned himself. And and then he's looked in the mirror, and when you're on acid, you never look in the mirror because it bums your trip. See, I'm
just
here to guide you. I am your guide to the shaman don't do list. But yeah, I mean, he's talked about it. So as far as agency goes, dude, if there ain't no free will, then we're just meat puppets on strings. And that's not fair.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I always kind of thought we made bounded choices, so our choices were constrained by our circumstances, but at the same time, um, we had some element of what you might call free will.
Okay. Some of the thinky talky stuff washes
Mm-hmm.
over me. I just feel like going, oh shit. I'm a
Yeah,
bit shit. Sorry, God. I don't know. There's value to I'm trying to I'm trying to get the value of it.
yeah. Well, you came in through Girl Country, right?
Yeah, that's where all
So
the hippies hang out.
Yeah, yeah. I did not see you at all at their conference, but you must have watched some of the videos and stuff.
No. How was that?
It was great. It was a cool conference.
Yeah. I was glad you were there. I'm glad dude, you got plunged in. I remember the first day I saw you on maybe Chad's stream or something,
Yeah.
and or Luke, it was one of the two, something like that. Dude, you got sucked in. You're like, hi, I'm Clara, the sociologist. I'm like, they loved you in a
They
heartbeat.
were so nice to me, Ron. They were just so nice to me, pulling me in. Sure,
Dude,
we'll tolerate a
I was
sociologist.
like, we found a puppy.
This little puppy. Look at me, I'm harmless.
Oh, dude, they loved you so fast. And I know it was interesting because Grimm, I don't know if it was Grimm or whoever, they're like, oh, a sociologist is studying us. I'm like, so what's the big deal? Like, ooh, it's online. We need to protect this and keep it secret. I'm like, really? You're online, keep trying to keep on Discord as well.
Yeah, I mean, I want to respect people, right? I want to respect people's sense of privacy. Um,
Yeah, no, but um,
that's great. I like that they welcomed me in, but I still want to be respectful. Uh,
no. Yeah, I mean, but I wonder, especially after COVID and lockdown and everything. Um, oh, wait a second. Are you there? Wait
yeah,
a
I'm
second.
right here. Here.
Hold on.
Oh, oh, Ron went away. Ron, some way we're gonna segue back to ministry school.
Clara, you there?
Yeah, are you?
Cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. This is hilarious. So let me get what happens is that I've been up here so long. Here, I'll show you my church.
Oh,
Is
cool.
they had turned on the alarm upstairs. Let me see where my lights are at. So this is my church,
Oh,
and I was in the upstairs office, and they leave. Oh, hold on a second. It's the cops.
Oh no. Oh
Hi,
no.
guys.
Sorry. I hope
Hi,
you have-
Ron Copperman, minister. I set the alarm off. Glory is the password. Sorry about that.
You're good. We're just checking.
Yeah, no, but Pastor Tyner just called because, hi, are you still here? I'm like, yeah, I'm up in there. I'm like, God, dude,
What's your
it's
name, sir?
Ron Copperman. Yeah.
18A.
we can
Hey,
end
Clara,
this if you got it.
it's, can I go?
We make contact.
It's the police. They set the alarm off on me.
Oh, do you want to end it so you can talk to him?
No, we're fine. No, it happens all the time. Sorry.
Okay,
Oh.
you're fine. We're good.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
guys. All right, we'll
Have a
see.
good evening.
You too. No, it happens a lot.
Oh.
So, where am I at? All right, let me turn off this. Uh, the cops are here so often that they're like, "Hey, did you set off the alarm?" I'm like, yeah, I did. Sorry. Anyhow, um,
Oh, okay. But you're in your church. So they
yeah,
left. Cops are gone.
yeah. So this is the school. I don't know if you can see that.
I can see that.
Yeah. So we have a school, small one, and this is the office of my friend Amy and Frank. This is the principal's office.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're into music. And this is Amy. This is the one who has the dreads and tattoos.
Oh, okay. Okay. Pastor's daughter.
Yeah, that's Amy. So here we go. And so they have the best couch in the church. So
Yeah.
that's,
You got to know the spots if you're hanging out in the church.
oh gosh, because I mean, this is going to sound odd, but I've been in services so much, I will just come up here. Let me be so comfortable to touch, and I'll hide quite a bit. But
You come and you hide in Amy's office,
yeah, pretty much all the time.
and you and Amy
It's a,
are friends.
oh no, we're Pastor Tyner, Amy, and Frank. We all hang out all the time. So close friends.
Yeah.
It's like family.
I know some folks who've hung out at the IHOP. And I've heard somewhere along the way that you hung out there, and it seems like a 24-hour deal. So I just kind of figured it just makes sense in my mind. That's
Yep.
really
Yeah,
kind
I was there a lot about they had a revival out there. It's pretty big. And that's actually that's where I first learned about forgiveness
Mm,
out there. They had there was a girl, she got hurt. She learned to forgive. She shared the testimony and it went like wildfire
yeah.
in the community. And I was watching online and I saw someone who had a testimony like mine. Because when I went into business with my buddy Greg, I got bitter, had some weirdness in my heart, didn't know how to shake it, learned about forgiveness, and it was out there that I went. So yeah, I went out to IHOP for a while. It was a good place. I didn't know, like the head guy got popped recently for being sketchy, shady, and nobody knew. And but the worship there was so good and so genuine and all the time. It's still going on. So yeah, it's so weird, man. Like preachers are dropping like flies. And I'm glad they're getting busted. I hate they're getting busted. I hate that. I'm like, dude, get it together. Like, I'm not I'll never excuse something evil.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do something stupid, deal with it. And just, you know, how do I what am I trying to say? It's like I never want to excuse someone for doing evil. But if you've done something wrong, get out of the way and help deal with yourself and get better and don't damage other people.
Mm.
I guess easier said than done. I've been around a lot of that. In my own church, it happened here. It was years ago, long time ago, maybe 20 years ago. They had a school back then, shady principal, busted.
Yeah. Well, that would have been
And
right when you were starting out 20 years ago.
yep, it was. It was about 3 years in, maybe. And that's when they got popped. And it turned this place upside down.
Yeah.
I've, I've learned people, all right, one, people are going to be people, but then I'm also realizing, saved or unsaved, if you look for shady, never deny your gut. You know, if if something feels wrong, allow yourself to be okay with saying something's wrong. And don't, that's what got me in trouble, because I would be like, oh, no, 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 blind eye, blind eye. Even, oh, I'm not bitter. I hate you, but I'm not bitter, or
Yeah.
I see something shady. Oh, they would never do that. Like, no. If your heart feels bitter, you are, deal with it. And if you see something shady, as best you can, call it out or
So you saw some shady shit, but you didn't think that could happen there.
yeah, it was there can be for me, there was a bubble of love and maybe naivety, because I was on such a pink cloud. I didn't think, no, surely they can't be with the girls. Well,
No,
looks
you
weird,
froze at
but
the critical moment. You froze at the critical moment. Surely they can't be.
right. There's something, and coming out of the world that I came out of it was, no, I'm not going to make any excuses. I saw something that was weird, and having God talk to you at times, God uses common sense a lot.
Sure.
If you have good common sense, you won't need God yelling at you to tell you something shady. You'll be like, hey, wait a second. This doesn't look so. Now I'm quicker to, and it's not just shady, but it's also good,
Mm,
because over time you'll see patterns, good and bad, but also good.
mm.
And when you see something good, it's also allowed me to quickly perceive it. Whereas in the past, I would have put it at arm's length for a while. And it's been to my benefit as well.
Yeah.
You have to be vulnerable a little bit, but it's paid off pretty good.
When
Oops.
you see this stuff happen, and the church kind of splits up and stuff, how do you, I mean, because like a lot of times, especially just, 3 years in, a lot of
Mhm.
people would have just said, forget this shit, right? Like I'm done. Like,
But, well, that's actually it happened.
yeah,
The church tanked for a while. It was close to closing.
yeah,
Um, because it was the pastor's son-in-law.
yeah.
And but I like the pastor. I'm like, he's he's responsible for hiring him, but after there was a psychological test done on him, and the psychologist said he was probably like this like as a he's always been like this, and he's almost like a sociopath. Like,
Mm,
you wouldn't have seen it. It's who he is. And you sometimes, oh, okay, this is what's funny. Remember my friends I got saved with, the
mm-hmm,
Gino the biker enforcer and Christian the drug dealer?
mm-hmm.
Christian the drug dealer, you ever see a dog's hackles come up when something bad's going on? Christian looked at him and one day said, he's sketchy. Like, he was calling out BS on that dude. And even Gino, there was like that low dog growl kind of a thing. And I'm like, oh, no, no. And I'm like, turns out when you get quote unquote saved, your street smarts can actually be very useful, and you don't throw out your bar skills just because you're in a church. Actually, sometimes you keep them close to you, keep them sharp. I never had that. I was kind of gullible, but I'm learning.
Yeah. Well, how do you, the church is collapsing around you 3 years in. And I guess, yeah, that would have been a breaking point for a lot of people, but for you, it seems like
Uh,
maybe it wasn't, or it was, and you came
No,
back.
it wasn't. What? Well, actually, I take that back. I did split for a little while. Um, when wait, no, wait. This is this is weird. I did split for a while, but it wasn't that event that caused
Mm,
me to split. There was another case where someone on staff committed adultery,
mm,
and that didn't, that upset me. But some of the senior staff were getting angry at people, like mean. I did split for about 3 years, and I went to another church just because they were being mean. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't. I knew I couldn't be around that because my heart couldn't take the beating.
mm,
And then after 3 years, I felt in my heart a softening, and I missed the people. And I came back in, and that's when I went up to Pastor Tyner. I said, "Listen, I'm coming back, but I'm not. I'm not going to sit in this. I'm not going to sit in the congregation. I just need a place to pray. Can I have the keys to the building?"
mm,
He goes, "Yes." Gave me the keys, and then I just slowly soaked back into the community. It took a while. But because of that, that's I think how you make families. When it hits the fan, you blow up, and then you work it out. And then, to be fair, I've told him he's been mean and others, and they listen. And for me, one of my friends, because every time I talked about this particular person, one of my friends, Brenda, very sweet. We were at dinner one day with her husband. We were hanging out. She goes, Brenda goes, "Can I tell you something?" I'm like, "Yeah, what's that?" She goes, "Every time you talk about so and so, you sound mean or angry." I was like, "Oh, dang." I was like, "Duh, I
mhm,
am." And I realized I needed to forgive. And, again, another series. And that was part of the restoration of I had to look inside myself and like, why am I angry? How is, okay, how is this wrong? You know what I mean? Like, to be to be angry at somebody for a reason, maybe for a moment, is okay. But how you deal with it is important.
mm,
Just because you're angry doesn't mean you get to fly off the handle. And if you are angry, you need to address it. Because if it's buried, it causes bitterness.
mm,
I had not addressed my anger. And eventually I did. But I did it in a time and place where they were in control, they felt comfortable, and I kind of confessed. I'm like, I've been angry at you for a while, and this is why. It worked out pretty good. It was actually my pastor here, my buddy. Yeah,
yeah. Well, it's just so unusual to hear this kind of thing go down, where you were pissed off for like 3 years,
yeah.
and then something happens, and then all of a sudden, somehow you meet with this guy who's eventually becomes your buddy, or he already was your buddy.
Come again? I didn't hear you.
So then, so after 3 years, 3 years pass, and you're real,
Yeah,
I guess, pissed off this whole time.
yeah. And then I felt what it is I realized, okay, this is going to sound so odd. This is my home. These are my people. This is my family.
Okay.
Just because I don't like everything that goes on, doesn't mean you split when it gets difficult. And sometimes when it is difficult, that's when you double down and you work it out. Figure out where they're wrong, try to help them. Figure out where you're wrong, try to get help. And
Okay.
then you make community.
Has anything else happened since? Have there been other big episodes?
No, actually, that's been a long time ago. And since then, there's been a lot of healing and reconciliation between a lot of the parties. I mean, there's been genuine, some of the parents of the kids that were hurt have come back. And um, it's, and now there's a school again because the school closed when everything went down. And then just recently they reopened a school, which was like going back into a shattered part of their past, it's reclaiming it. So, and people now are quicker to point stuff out, to deal with it. And I think people are realizing it's like, okay, and if you mess up once, that's an accident. You mess up twice, that's on you. We've all messed up, cut it out. Focus and walk the line and try to do the best you can all the time. Hey, so nothing's happened since then. And I think people have really developed. Pastor Tyner has gotten a lot softer. I was like a loose ball of yarn. I had no order or structure. I had no drive. I really was lost. And now I'm not. I'm pretty focused. And stuff like this, like these conversations, and when I can have them, that's what I do. That's what I love. I feel like that's what I'm best at. And I want to get I want to get to the places I've been with God that are amazing, but be happy for where I'm at and be the best person, really walk the line right now. So, that's the long answer to stuff happen anymore. I'm like, no, yeah, stuff's happened. Not as bad as that though. Nothing compared to it. And after that, it's like, my first question, if someone has a problem, I'll go, well, is anyone dead? And if they go, no, I'm like, okay, we can work with this. Not dead. And if they are dead, well, we'll work it out.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, I hate to keep asking the
No,
difficult questions here, really
no,
digging
I like
at,
it. I like it.
um, because I think that's an important part of the story is that you were away for a little bit and you came back.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering too about this prison ministry. So you went into the prison for a while. Did that keep going on during this whole time?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. You're gonna like this.
Okay, good, good.
It was a youth jail. Um, MIDC.
Juveniles?
What's yeah, yes,
Juvenile. Okay, okay.
yeah. Muncie Receiving Diagnostic Center. So when we would go to jail, like guards, alcoholic guards were getting, they were quitting alcohol because they would hear our stuff, and it was there was it was fun. This is going to sound so odd. When we went to jail, we turned that place into a party. Yeah, I mean, it was, it's like it was fun because what it is we didn't preach at them. We'd say, okay, what's on your mind?
Hmm.
And we knew how to deal with it. Like we weren't there preaching blah 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 blah. Goodbye. It was more like, First off, what we would do is we would start with prayer for time. Like, who wants prayer for the court case? Boom. Like, even if you're an atheist, like, yeah, why not?
Sure.
Yeah. And this is not to brag on us, but I think you'll understand. But we saw God show up so much all the time in court cases
Mm-hmm.
that the kids were like, even behind the backs, we heard this. They're like, those guys are weird, but I like them. Like, but there was an effect. We saw God moving on their behalf. We
Mm-hmm.
always prayed for them what they wanted in the moment, no matter
Mm.
what. And because of that, we saw some cool stuff. Like, it wasn't us, it was more like a work request going up like confetti. And there was a response because there was in the moment an honest faith, a movement of prayer. Hey, God, I need help in my court case. Thanks. That was it. Whammo. A lot of cool things would happen. They go, okay, what was that? What's going on here? Um, One of the best testimonies I love, and like these were, a lot of them were tough kids, but not mean, evil kids, just tough street kids.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, Ron, I got something to share with you. I'm like, yeah, what's that? He goes, well, I gave my heart to God and I, I'm feeling different. I'm like, yeah, how's that? He goes, well, I was up against the wall and the guard was behind me yelling. And he goes, yeah, I deserved it. I did something wrong. And he goes, a guard, when he was yelling, accidentally spit on me. And then he goes, and I didn't turn around and hit him. And I was like, okay, way to go. And it was a lot of stuff like that,
Mm.
a lot. And I'm like, oh, dude. And then, so that's happening and it's a party. We'd come back to church and I'm like, y'all is a stick of mud. You're sticking, but you guys are a bunch of sticks in the mud. Like we used to, and we didn't understand that they had not, there was a, we didn't understand, they were going through their stuff. They were struggling. And so doing the jail ministry is really what kept me and Greg alive. We were like, oh man, we got to go to church. All right, fine. And eventually that spirit broke, got healed.
Mm-hmm.
But for a while, it was a drag. It was so it's kind of where I learned to hide. I'm like, listen, you guys are a bunch of boring, bitter people right now. I'll be back when you guys learn to forgive. And they have. And so it was a little bit difficult, but we naturally knew how to navigate it. And me and Greg, for a long time, we got along well. And
Mm-hmm.
even now, when I see him, we're still buds. It's just the business really blew things up for a while. But it's the people you hang out with, even if the church is a drag, if you have good friends in church, a few, it can make all the difference. It can get you through some hard times. I'm really here for the people. The preaching, like I've been here 20, like there's nothing new you're going to give me, but the people, I'm not leaving for them. I like them.
Okay. Okay. I have some more questions, but I want to
Yeah.
be conscientious of your time here.
Listen, I'm having fun.
Okay.
Listen, go for it.
All right. All right. I appreciate that. I'm having fun too. So, um, you're doing this prison ministry, but just, a couple of years before,
Yep.
you were a Jewish person or Jewish by
Yep.
ethnicity, even if not.
Yep.
But now you're in a prison in this sort of milieu where I'm thinking I'm sorry for that Jerry word,
Yeah.
excuse me, but you're
Yeah.
in this zone
Yeah.
where you are going to be praying in Jesus's name.
Oh yeah, dude. It was so well. It was yes. Keep going. What's your question? I'm tracking.
I just want to get the vibe. What's your experience? Because it's a
Right.
complete 180. You
Yeah.
were this
Yeah.
chill Buddhist guy, and then you're feeling the spirit. Like what?
Correct. It goes back to that one day. in the
Yeah.
dirt field.
Okay.
That one day was a transformative light switch moment. In that one moment
Mm-hmm.
where I had that encounter, because one thing I forgot to tell you about that one day is um, before I started laughing and met God in that big, amazing way, there was a moment I was feeling clean. And the best I could describe it is if you had a finger up to the knuckle like that,
Yeah.
I poked right here in my chest and it didn't
Mm-hmm.
hurt, tingled a lot. And it spun around slowly in a spiral. And in the drug world, there was this saying, you bought the ticket, you ride the ride, meaning, okay, you got it. So, and when this thing was occurring, the thought came, well, I bought the ticket, let's ride the ride. And it came around slowly. And right when it got to the center,
Sorry, my dog has visited me and left. Right when it got to the center.
so right when it was spiraling like a spiral, it was got to the center, and I didn't say no. I'm just like, best I could describe it, it felt like you ever like drop a pebble into a still pond and it just goes kerplunk?
Yeah. Yeah.
I felt something kerplunk into my heart. And then it was like a fire hydrant cap blew off. And this love, like Niagara Falls love, just
Okay.
came gushing out. It was sci-fi. And it was part, and that's when the electricity thing and everything, that's when I got a new heart. That's when my heart, that was pretty much, the Bible would say, dead in your transgressions, like numb, hurt, just hiding from, just not aware of anything, went to full on alive and loving in one moment and powerful. That's when God with the big G showed up. And so when you ask me, was it weird for a while? Yes, it was. And maybe the reason I had such a strong experience is because I needed it, because otherwise I would have buckled. Because
Mm.
my going to my dad, he was 5 foot nothing, but I did not mess with him. Like uh, and I don't want to say it was just because of my dad. No, that might be, that's probably unfair. I think I was just so weak in general.
Mm. But then, okay, but sorry, I don't want to interrupt
No,
your reflection there.
no, no, fine, go.
Well, I'm also just thinking here about you did go home. You had to go home to your family at that Thanksgiving encounter. You sort of told Neil, what the hell happened there?
I'm so glad my sister didn't have a gun.
Yeah. I mean, holy
So,
shit.
yeah. Oh,
Okay.
dude, there's 20 people in this room. My family, a rare, beautiful Thanksgiving moment.
And then,
And I'm feeling all this love. And I'm like, they don't know I'm a Christian yet. And I'm like,
oh no. All
right.
right. All right. All right. It's before Facebook, I
So,
guess. Didn't change your
and
status.
well, and so what I did is I'm like, I snuck it in. I dude, it was shady. I'm like, can I pray? And my sister, who is very uh like non-religious, like we are talking, she goes, why, yes, you can. I'm like, and I did a pretty cool prayer. It was like beautiful. And then I go, in Jesus' name. A, s- a silence hit that room that I can only describe as the most devastating silence. And when I looked into my sister's eyes, the first thing that came to my mind is, I'm so glad she doesn't have a gun.
You were trying to piss her off. You were trying to piss her off.
I blew up my world because there was no going back. I came out of the closet on that day. I, I just flung it out there. It was just, did you know what I mean? Like, and I think I knew, at least for me, I had, I don't know, maybe I should have done it better. Maybe I wish it, woulda,
I'm
coulda,
not here to
shoulda.
judge. I'm here to provoke an
No,
answer
no,
out of
no,
you,
but
but I'm not
no,
here to judge.
but listen, I am. Dude, I blew myself up on purpose. I detonated. I knew what I was doing. But I really think it's so weird because if you have an amazing, powerful encounter, it doesn't necessarily, what it is transformation
Mm,
occurs in time.
okay.
You, it's, it's not one moment and done. Not, maybe that happens. So maybe it's a little bit of both and not just either or. I had a transformation of art, and I also had to transition up here. The heart
Mm-hmm.
was changed. Up here was still Jewish, and like, oh no, like we got to go use the J word. So when you said, was it a little word? Yeah, for a while, it felt I I had to wash out. If you think of it as washing,
Mm-hmm.
an eventual a stain comes out.
Mm,
I had to wash some stuff out. It does take time. It was weird. But the time where I met Greg and went into jail, I had about 2.5 years. So the initial shock
mm-hmm.
and devastate, just a big transition. I needed about 2.5 years, almost 3 years by myself, enjoying this presence, understanding it and accepting it. So it did take some time.
Mm.
And it's not weird anymore, but for a while, yeah, dude, it was, I'm like, man, um, this is Jesus. But now I look at it as, well, he's Jewish and so am I. I'm just fulfilled in Judaism.
Mm.
So, but yeah, for a while it was weird. You're right. It it's it could take a little bit of time.
Did you get any mashed potatoes, or were you just sort of booted out?
What's that?
Did you get any mashed potatoes, or were you just sort of booted out, Ron?
Oh no, I got mashed potatoes, but it was silent. It was silent mashed potatoes for about 3 years, and it was for a while. I think I lost my family because I think probably it was more me than them,
Mm-hmm.
just because I was so um supercharged. It was weird. I it really that concerned me for a while. And then I learned to tame myself. And like just because you have an experience, the experience is not in control of you. You are in control of it. If an experience is in control of you and it's bad, that's demonic. That's possession. This is cooperation.
Mm.
Always. There's always a chance to say no. And it's not difficult. So, but the intensity of it and the weirdness of it all, dude, this weirded me out. Like when I was Shaman Ron wannabe, Shaman wannabe,
Yeah.
dude, I met some spirits. This thing blew everything off the chart because
Mm.
it wasn't a temporary moment, it was a permanent condition. And it was everything I did not expect. It was Jesus. I'm like, that was going to be a problem for a while. Like you
Was
were
your
thinking, like,
Okay. Well,
yeah.
was your family cool with you being Buddhist?
Oh yeah, they just thought I was weird. That's
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Buddhism, whatever. He's just
Okay. No good segue here, but I got more questions for you.
yeah, go
Um.
for it.
Okay. So, how old are you, Ron? But I haven't deduced that yet.
62. I'm
Okay.
60.
Okay. So, um, and then you're not married, are you?
Nope.
And then your years of education. Okay, this is a good segue actually,
Yeah.
because you got your bachelor's in film
Yeah.
production,
TV production.
TV. Okay,
Yeah.
and then
Then I became a hippie. Graduated from college, was living at the Zendo. Things at the Zendo were getting sketchy. Met Connie and bounced for a couple years. And really, and then even after Connie, I did do a small gig. Oh my gosh, I just remember this. You know who Wayne's World is?
Yes.
Okay. I was the guy who ran the TV studio in a small TV studio in Wellington, Ohio. It was a one camera community channel, access channel. I ran that for a couple of years. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. That was after I graduated.
That's amazing. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah. The lost years.
Did you do
Okay.
any ministerial education? Oh, did I interrupt your timeline? Okay, so Wayne's
No, no,
World.
no. My timeline, look, you're going to help me put it together.
You just told me. We got up to Wayne's World.
Okay. Yeah. So there was, I'm trying to figure out, actually, the Wayne's World was actually, I graduated, did Wayne's World for a while. That tanked out and then went back to the Zendo. I forgot about that. There was, because I lived at the Zendo college years and then did some Wayne's World, few years short, maybe 2, 3. That tanked, went back to the Zendo, lived there for a few years, met Connie, hit the road, who became a hippie, and then I had my dirt field encounter. That's the timeline as I can. That's what I can best remember at this time. It's
Yes,
been a while.
okay. Found Jesus. Did you do any ministerial training, or was it just sort of in the field?
No, what I did like as far as for jail, no ministerial training, but I studied by myself. I watched videos, I listened to tapes. I tried to learn as much as I could and as best I could. And because the nature of the MRDC, the youth place, they were only there for 6 weeks on average. And so there was a high turnover rate. So there was no developmental as far as discipleship. It was more like evangelical or not evangelistic. Get in there, like triage, like try to get them stitched up, and then once they go to their final place, tell them go to find a church, find a pastor, join a community. But I had no training, but it was more like Billy Graham, go in there and have a service, and then
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
it was good. It was so no training to answer your question directly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of figure out the timeline, and I think we got it. We came to a timeline, Ron. We came to a timeline.
Sweet.
Tell me if you think of more things for our timeline. Okay, but controversial questions here. You don't have to answer these.
Oh,
View on abortion. 0 is opposed to abortion being allowed in
okay.
society. 10 is abortion's okay
All right. Okay.
legally.
So, all right. So, remember when the dirt field moment? I
Yeah.
just remember, and when I talk about facets, I had an encounter. So, I'll say I'm against abortion, but we can talk, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Um, when I was a Buddhist, I believed in abortion a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I had no problem with it. This is going to sound so weird, but this is what happened. I'm in the dirt field. All the major encounters are gone, but I'm just like reeling after it in a good way. And the best I can describe it is the spirit of life came and visited me. And it was beautiful. And then, and I encountered it, and I'm like, God gives life and he will take it away at his time. Don't mess with it.
Mm.
And it wasn't a hammer. It was so intriguing. I haven't remembered that in a long time. So I gently say, I'm not for it. I don't hate people. And there might even be some, I'm, I'm not a politician. I don't know how to make laws. I don't know all the parameters
Mm-hmm.
as a whole. No, have the baby, give it up for adoption, whatever. After that, like if I met like you and me, I'd be like, okay, what do you think? And what do we do with this? Because I live in a world with billions of people.
Yeah.
You live, like we're gonna have to work this one out. So does that answer the anyhow?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll take
Cool.
it. I'll take it.
All
Okay, so
right.
another
Cool. All right.
controversial one. Um, 0 to 10, should people of the same sex be allowed to get married? So 0 is, the way this is worded is so confusing. 0
Yep.
is should not
No.
be able to get married. 10 is
Right. Um, in my family, I have a nephew who is married to his significant other and a niece who's living with her significant other in this way. Does it like he's married to his, I don't even know the right wording. His,
husband.
yes, I guess. It's so, yeah, I don't even know how to say it right, but yes. So this is already in my life.
Sure.
Um, I think I like Jordan Peterson's notion on this. As a theological thing, no. On a societal thing with the rights of health care and inheritance and all that, I'm like, all right, listen, dude, that ain't theology is my corner. You leave the theology alone. If you want to work something else out, I don't know if I would bother messing with it or being offended.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
I think so. I think so. I think you're saying like sort of the theology realm, like
Yeah. If you want to say it theologically, like, then don't expect me, which is in my book at this time, to agree with what you're saying you want to have happen. I'm not saying you like it if you live that lifestyle and you want to have benefits and other things, that's not a moral issue. And I don't even know if it's moral is the right word. For me, marriage is as defined in the Bible, a man and a woman.
hmm.
Okay. I think I you don't legislate theology, and
Yeah,
so
makes sense.
okay, it's so I think I'm pretty comfortable with that. It's so gives something to chew because I'm chewing on that one too because that's in my family. Like I definitely love people, but it's like how do you work this out? It's going to get messy because with two people you have four options. They're both in love. One is, one isn't. They're both not in love. Oh, wait a second. One is, one isn't. And then it's like when you have options, you have two to the second, two to the two squared gives you four. When you have mixed couples, I think it goes up exponentially the problems you can have, like legally, just you can have a variety of. Anyhow, I did the math once, and anyhow, your problems are going to get. You're going to have some interesting combination problems.
Hmm.
And then like this is me being sarcastic. Well, then is marrying your cousin, your sister, or your brother like that's going to happen. Does you know what I mean? Someone same sex
I
is
mean,
if
that's
it's
like
going
sort
to
of a slippery slope kind of argument, like people have made.
okay. And I'm like, and I'm not playing my fiddle as Rome burns. I'm just saying it's going to happen. These kind of questions.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Ron. Like it's a tricky sort of thing. Um,
yeah.
can I ask you, would you say that you're like a strong Christian?
I hope. I think so. I hope.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll know what, yes, I am. And I need to really deal with my junk as well as anybody.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Can I ask you how many hours of YouTube do you watch a day? And then like some people do other stuff while they do it, so I kind of want to know about like
Well, it would be a lot because while I am at work, I'm listening to everybody, like Rail Country or PBK or on Discord,
mm,
but it doesn't interfere with my work.
yeah, yeah,
So it's 8 hours a day,
for sure.
easy.
Yeah. Um and then like was there ever a time when you were just like lurking, like before you were sort of involved?
Yeah, yeah, it was. I mean, I started commenting pretty quick,
Mm-hmm.
but I think Neil was the first point of contact
7 months
where,
ago. Pretty recent.
yeah, yeah, okay,
Oh wow. Okay. Is this so it was that recent?
yeah,
Wow. Okay. Okay. This is great. Okay, this is great. So you've become wildly involved in 7 months.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. So before that you were listening. So how did you get started? You started with you told me
Grail
this
country,
Squirrel Country
yeah,
stream.
yeah. Just and I saw PVK and like I was trying to figure out. So I was just watching these videos, and then I
Yeah.
saw Chad. I'm like, okay, he's a goofball.
Yeah.
So I commented on him, and then Grim Grizz. Some of the stuff he does is hilarious. So I would just shoot it at. I would just um, I liked him. I left comments, and he would go one Saul Copperman. He would just mash my name up. I'm like, oh, this dude. He reminds me of a Jersey guy. Just
Mm,
smart, brilliant, born with that like East Coast accent, just and not shady, but you better watch him because he's going to do something like funny, you
sure.
know? Yeah. So, so I enjoyed just shooting it at him and just goofing around. And I realized you can get involved in the community by just commenting. And I liked it.
Had you been
And
involved in any online communities before?
no, I let me think before I answer that. Facebook. I mean, but that was just my friends. No, nope. This was the first interactive community I've ever seen. This this reminds me of like accidentally finding a cool bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say more,
And
say
then
more.
yeah, so you're you're at college and you walk into the bar and you're like, oh my gosh, these are my people. Like, or you just walk in, you're like, wait a second, this is cool. This is weird. This is fun. All right, let's check this out. I'm like, I'm vibing with this place. And okay, like him, like her. That's funny. Don't understand that at all. What are they talking about? Try to make a comment, feel like an idiot. Make another comment. Someone comments that was cool. Get to know, recognize names, and be recognized. And then start to get it was with Jonathan Pajot, seeing things symbolically and stuff like that. I was like, oh, that was neat. That was good. And then I think Mark Parker is because he has a Buddhist background as me. Me and him clicked fast. I'm like, wait, I'm like, what? You're a Buddhist? I thought I was the only one. And then he's like, no, Titna, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wait a second, I know, blah, 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 blah. And then um, And then Neil calls me, contacts me. He goes, "Hey, would you like to do the rando?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'd be honored." And uh, I was, that was my first, like, I felt I had dipped my toe into the waters. And after that, I really got hooked. Like I started to know people, and I, there were some people, and like some of the depth that I saw, and it was cool. I saw community. Like, all right, this is what I saw. When I went to high school, me and my friends would always either be the party or find the party. And I'm like, these guys are idiots just like me and my friends. I'm like, I know these guys are a bunch of morons. And all right, this is what I think TLC is. I think it's a bunch of, I don't want to say lonely people, but I'll just say people looking for friendship that are freaking brainy as the day is long, who think about some of the goofiest stuff that totally love each other. And they don't even know it. They're learning. And you got sucked in. Yeah, you
Um,
did. Little puppy dog showing up with it. They loved you. Listen, they need more intelligent women in there.
are there
Ser-
too many men? Are there too
Oh
many men
yeah.
in the
Oh, there's always too many men. It's,
suck,
it's getting better.
sucking up all the oxygen in the room?
Pretty much. It gets old. It just seriously.
Okay, so how did you know? Okay, so you go, I'm just really curious. Okay, so how did you go from this first live stream to feeling like you knew people?
I think, all right, this is my opinion, and I'm asking you as well as telling you. After a while, like Chad, he was easy to figure out. A suit and tie with the luchador mask, he's an idiot. He's a clown. And he's good at it.
Okay,
Grim, he's the smart aleck in the back of the class.
okay.
He's the one that irritates the teacher and always gets an A on his test.
All right, all right.
And he's a goofball because he's hiding something good.
Hmm.
You got to dig to get it. Because I remember you were on his show and you're like, "What are you all about?" And he goes, "Well, if I tell you, it's mine. But if you get it, it's yours."
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, an idiot's not going to say that. A clown, that's when he rarely gets serious. And when he does, that's when I listen. Neil, he's just freaking brilliant and kind. And I think, remember when I was telling you about a while ago, you when you recognize things, trust your gut. Sometimes there are good things. When I walked into this place, I'm like, there's something good going on here. It's a party. Because I listened how they talked to each other, even though I didn't understand most of it, the way they addressed each other was so polite, even when they were fussing at each other. I'm like, okay, that's manners. That's respect.
Hmm.
And then I heard Chad. One thing that changed me in a good way, Chad, someone was asking him, like, what has this done for you? And he goes, I I'm trying to be a better listener. I was like, oh dude, that's freaking brilliant. Because past the mask and the goofy suit, you hear his heart. What is the question? Can you repeat the question? Because it was a good question. It was why or how.
How you got to know, like, feel like went from like being, in the convo to feeling like you knew people.
Okay, I think with time and experience, with time comes experience. You learn people. And sometimes however you want to put them, categorize them, archetypes, whatever. You can look at someone, you go, I think I recognize this person. And I saw that a lot here. I saw my friends in these people. Like I got a pretty good group of friends back in Ohio, and I saw different attributes, different characters in so many people. So that's how, and to be honest, I've been pretty accurate. And I'm like, I know who you are. I've met you before. I've had a friend like you. Let's go. It works pretty good.
And then how long from when you first started to talk to people to getting on the Discord and stuff? Like how long from YouTube to Discord?
Probably pretty fast.
Had you been
Didn't
on other
understand it.
Discords? Okay, you didn't understand Discord. This is valuable.
Oh, dude, it was awful. It was an alien language for a long time. And even, and then even Discord itself was pretty boring. But then when I found the chats, the voice chats,
Yeah.
that's when it took off. That's really the only thing I use there. So it's just basically YouTube without the video.
Yeah.
So that's so, but it was pretty fast. It was just, I kept hearing Paul talk about Discord, and I knew the kids on video games used it a lot. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's just a kid cam. So it was quick, a couple months,
Yeah.
and I was on.
You know,
Now I'm on it.
I got you. I was just looking over my questions and I was like, I skipped the question on class. Usually I ask people, you think of yourself as like middle class or something else?
Working class.
Working class. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking over my questions, making sure. Okay, so today you would identify as a Christian? How would
Yes.
you identify? Would you check more than one box?
An ice cream eating Christian.
Um, Christian, would you check Jewish too? Would you check
Yeah,
Buddhist?
I
Would you
mean,
check
yeah, it's a weird mix. It's like a platypus. It's like it's a hybrid.
okay.
It's a legitimate hybrid, but yeah, I am Christian. It's so funny being Jewish when I look at Chri- Catholicism and Orthodox and Protestant, that thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all look the same. You guys are just one shattered mirror fussing at each other, or different parts of a tree, different branches of a tree yelling at each other. I'm like, you all need to shut up, get along
Shut
better.
up. Just shut up.
Pretty much.
Okay. Okay. So you're a platypus. On the record as a platypus.
Yeah, I self-identify as a platypus.
Do you talk to TLC people offline as well as online?
I'm sorry?
Do you talk to people from this little corner? Do you talk to them just on Discord,
Sometimes.
or do
Yeah.
you talk to them? Do you
Well,
talk
not a lot. Texting.
texting?
Yeah, there's a few that I'll text with, and not too much, but now on Discord a lot.
Yeah.
But um let me think. Not there's two people. It's I don't should I name them, or does it matter, or what? Just
You don't have to name them if you don't want to.
no, does it help you or what?
It helps me to sort of look at how it does help
Yeah.
me, but you don't have to name
Okay,
them.
so Mark Parker and Neil.
Okay. Yeah.
Um I got
I
their
mean, I
phone
mapped
number.
that out myself. That's who I expected you to say, but
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. No, yeah, those two. Um and there has been some other, so those are the two that are offline, so to speak.
yeah.
But there's one other that I'll leave his name off. He went to Northwestern and he had an amazing encounter there. He got really healed. That's why I'm leaving his name out, because he had an emotional release that was just healing.
Okay. Okay. You put a little seed in the soil here. I don't know if I've heard people talk like this. So, because we've had a few of those girl country streams, and I'm gonna keep my ears open here.
It was the word powerful. When you have an encounter, traumatic causes emotional damage.
Mm-hmm.
It's the opposite of that. It is
Okay.
very emotional, incredibly emotional and healing. That's why I use the word powerful.
Do you think we're gonna hear from this person about this experience?
No,
Okay.
but because I know how to do this game, because I don't use name or gender, so you don't know who it is. So I can share it this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That but what it is they're living their life out happier,
Mm.
freer, relieved of burden. Um, so it's not so much you would hear about it, but they would just be a happier person.
Yeah. Okay. One more thing. One more thing. And
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to ask anything that's gonna
no,
reveal this person.
no, you're cool.
Um, but what do you think it was about Northwestuary that?
No, that's easy. It's all the people and the condition
Okay.
and the place. Everything was it was perfect. It was the people came there because they liked each other and they didn't even understand how much they did until they got there. you know, like um and when you put yourself in that environment, the environment was open, the people are open, you're setting yourself up. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but it's almost like a therapeutic. It is a therapeutic environment, and you're ripe for a spiritual encounter.
Mm. And you would know because you've had all these spiritual encounters.
I do. It's so weird. Yeah, but yeah, I I know because I've been around enough of them. I know what makes one work. It's when you have a lot of love, openness, friendship, community,
Mm.
even if it's for a moment, that makes all the difference. Because then for a moment, you drop the armor, the defenses come down, and there's a willingness to go where you might not ever go before.
Do you think we can have these spiritual experiences online?
Yes, very much so.
Have you seen them? Have you seen them in the TLC?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Because what it is it's not distance. It's okay. It is your words. The phone is, it's like a phone. To answer your question, yes. The reason is because you can talk to people.
Yeah.
Hearts, and once you can hear someone and talk to them, dude, it's game on. It has nothing, the phone or the screen is not a limiting factor. So yes, you can
Yes.
absolutely have spiritual encounters like this
Okay.
because it's
Promise.
the set and setting. When you have the proper set and setting,
Set and setting.
it can work. It's the willingness of heart, the communion, friendship or whatever. Um, and so what you're doing is it's just about like being person to person. It's so yes, absolutely. But I know this one for a fact. I
Yes.
mean,
Yes. Okay. Just the way that you're
yeah.
talking about it, it's just like it's good to hear you say that because it's like it just makes
Oh, yeah.
so much sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, do you know who Helen Keller was?
She was she couldn't see and she couldn't
Right.
yeah,
Okay. She could only experience the world through her hands.
sure.
So did she love? She did. He
Didn't
loved.
she write these beautiful like poems and
Yeah.
stuff about
So, and here's the thing, but she could only communicate through her hands. And at the end of her life, she actually learned to talk, but mostly it was through her hands.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't limit her from receiving love, truth, and beauty or giving it.
Mm.
Might have slowed it down a touch, but after that, it was still game on. Same thing with this technology, computers, whatever. A
Mm-hmm.
little limiting, but if you can hear somebody, that's where most of the power's at. When
Mm.
you can communicate, because then you can express your heart and receive from other people's hearts as well. So,
Yeah. Yeah. My goodness, Ron, I appreciate you so much here. You sort of given me so much insight and
oh, cool.
wisdom. I've kept you for 4 hours, so
Dude, this is fun. You know, when I saw you, I knew I'm like, oh, that's my new friend. I,
good.
exactly. I'm like, and then when I heard the ice cream thing, I cracked up. I'm like, my goal was to zing you. I knew
You got me. You got me,
I,
Ron. You got me
well,
so
I didn't
good.
know it was going to get you that bad. I actually felt kind of bad.
I'm like, this guy's telling me about God. God likes ice cream. I grew up Baptist. I can relate to the idea of a God that likes ice cream, Ron. So you got me. You
Oh,
got me.
oh, oh,
Plus, God's a
oh,
little bit
oh,
feminine then if he likes pumpkin
oh.
spice. I mean, the
Oh,
pumpkin
dude.
pie
Well, it
flavor.
was the pumpkin that got me. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, pumpkin. Okay, we got to do this.
It's autumn, okay? It's autumn.
I know, I know.
Um,
So,
yeah.
no, like, if it, when you ask me about, like, this is it. This is fun. To me, honestly, this is a blast. Just this whole, and I think, I don't know, I'll get it where I can find it. And wherever I find it, that's where I go. And like, I'm learning. And dude, I'll be honest, I really do like the way some people at TLC think. And I it's such a diverse group. It reminds me of it reminds me of my friends back home.
Yeah.
Real diverse, a mixed bag of nuts, and we have a party wherever we go.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
yeah, we are the party. It's
I
something I
didn't
get.
call you mixed bag of nuts. You called yourself that.
Oh no, I definitely, oh dude, yeah, yeah, definitely mixed bag, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, do you
And
think
then
you'll hang
there's,
around?
huh?
Do you think you'll hang around TLC for like a long time?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's weird. Something I think what I'm seeing is I'm really starting to get to know people, and I'm seeing, um, I'm seeing different mindsets and hearts
Mm.
aligning themselves in different camps. That's not necessarily bad. I see different circles of friends, different circles of nature. Grail country, more poetic, hippie, just wild, not bad. Just, and then I'll see PBK he's one sort of thing, very freaking brilliant. Luke Thompson, well, who else is there? And then there's, um, I see some that are more intellectual and almost like mathematicians. They're
Hmm.
just they're very logical. They deal with Plato and Aristotle, and it's not as emotional, but it's, well, Tunji is a good example.
Hmm.
He's kind, but he's brilliant biblically and also, I think, classically. And I see different groups that travel in their packs.
Yeah.
And it's so the corner has got different tidal pools in it.
Hmm.
And it's not, and they mix and float around, but it seems like people that are of a more poetic nature will hang out in a certain area, and those that are like Aristotelian or Platonic or whatever, they'll hang out because that's what they like. And there's a different bar in each one of them. And the cost of admission is knowing how to talk the language. And like like Tunji and sorry, Nico and those guys are very good at thinking and logic and reason and other things. And I've been coming in just asking them like, what does this mean? Oh, dude, I'm like, and I'll start with like, first off, if you want to argue with me, you win already. So let's just start with I lost. And they're pretty cool about it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
Okay.
yeah, that's helping. Yeah, like so I'm learning. Like I'll be honest, the reason I'm in Grail Country is because I just like you guys. Or not just Grail, the corner. I'm like, this is just fun. I know where there's a party at,
Yeah.
and I thought it was interesting, like that it was a predominantly. I thought it was a Christian space. It's not.
Okay.
It's, and I'm glad it's not. Because I don't want to live in my bubble.
Hmm.
And I'm realizing there's a diverse group of people, but I see such similarity of heart, such genuine kindness. I mean, to be honest with you, that's why I'm here. I'm like, you guys are kind. You don't understand how kind you are. And I see a genuine love and affection and friendship between each other. You guys, and you guys don't even recognize it yet, but you will eventually, I hope.
Why don't people recognize it? That's a theme that keeps coming up in what you're telling me, and people
Well,
don't
like when I
recognize
heard this Northwest you area, and they're like, is this real? I'm like, shut up. If it wasn't real, would you fricking be flying out to the West Coast if it wasn't?
I mean, I asked Notre Dame to at least fund my flight, so
Well, good on you. You get Grim, you get Grift points for that. Grim would be
yeah,
proud.
I'll take it.
No,
I'll take it.
but honestly, what it what I see is people that like each other that don't even know how to express it or even know that they do up until this event. And then when that happened, they're like, wow, it's real. I guess they haven't had, what's sad is they haven't had a lot of friendships.
Hmm. Ooh. Okay. All right. You're the first person to come out with this.
I'm asking, I'm throwing this out there. I'm just wondering how many of them have strong friendships? I don't know. But when I hear them talk like, is this real? I'm like, yeah, haven't you ever had a friend? Just because you're online doesn't mean you're not.
Huh. Well, it's like a new thing, right? Like pen pal. Like I mean, like so, like we had pen pals as like,
Right.
and that like,
Exactly.
I mean, are
Yes.
pen pals real? I mean,
Yes, exactly. Pen pals with video that's live. And over time you develop friendships and they're real. They I think it's what I saw was mostly with, well, not everyone, but when I heard this is it real thing, I'm like, oh, come on. You think you're gonna bother with each other for so many hours every day if it wasn't?
yeah, yeah. Well, okay. So counterpoint. Just to push back at you, Ron,
Yeah,
because
good.
what else am I here for?
Yeah,
Um, all this AI stuff, all of this video tech, all of these video. It's not like this is the only way we video each other. It's like,
right,
people take classes online, people watch sitcoms
right,
online. So
right.
I don't know. Maybe it feels maybe there's always a question like, what is real?
Of Well, and I think what it is they don't understand their own heart.
Hmm. Okay, okay. How do they
How do
you
they
must
not?
like no, no,
How
no,
do
but
they not? Go
what does it
ahead.
mean to understand? Like what do you mean? Like
Well, when there was one person, and I won't use gender or name, so it'll be easy to talk about him.
are you gonna reflect back to me things that I said?
No,
I'm
but
like,
should I?
Ron,
Could
Nikki.
you teach me how to do that? That would be. I would like. I want to manipulate people. Teach me how to manipulate people, please.
I don't know how to manipulate people, Ron.
Oh, read. Dang. Well, then, what use are you to me? Good day. Um.
We do gotta wrap this
Uh.
up soon. We've been here for 4 hours, but
Oh my gosh, I've wasted my time. Um.
how dare you?
um.
Finish
Yeah.
your thought though.
See, okay. I don't know. I'm having too much fun. Oh, got it. All
Or
right.
something about how
Man, you have no idea. I smoked so much pot in back in the day. I could have not have never done this. Thank you, Lord. Sorry. Okay, so there's this person who was saying, I'm going to this, and they were part of that conversation. Is this real?
yes, yes.
Is the corner real?
Yeah.
And I'm like, if if you want to know how much you really like someone, is how much time do you spend around them?
Mm,
When I see all this time people spend around each other and the effort, I'm like, God, man, you guys are pretty good friends. I think sometimes they get lost in the weeds in their head, wondering what friendship is. I'm like, haven't you had a friend?
mm,
And I think, I think maybe it's close friends. Like these people online here, they're close friends. They're not, these aren't just chat buddies. These are, and I think the whole is this thing real has gotten settled. I'm surprised it hasn't gotten settled earlier, but I think this Northwestuary really put a rest to that question just because the intensity, the joyful intensity of the communal interaction together and the effect of encountering people face to face. It does bump it up a notch. I
yeah.
will say, when you're face to face with someone, it gets real. Not that it can't hear, but there's so much more dynamic available. But if you don't have that ability, this is not bad
Hmm.
at all. This is a this is a reasonable, good enough until you can be face to face. If you never can, still doesn't it still is incredibly valuable and powerful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I totally agree with you, Ron, and I appreciate this because you're so poetic and insightful. I feel like, big, huge chunks of Ron quotes going straight to the dissertation. Citation, Ron.
Could you, I ask one favor, and you don't have to do this. And then he said, dude, comma, dude.
Oh,
My
hell
mom,
yeah. Just put dude in there all the time.
no, well, here's the thing. My mom, who's 94 now, but I think she was 92. Out of nowhere, she just looks at me. She goes, "You say dude a lot." I was like, I got smoked by my mom. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm like, yeah, I do. But
Okay, okay.
I think I figured out the pronoun problem for
Yes.
everybody.
Okay, figure it out for me.
Dude, non-gender specific. Dude. It's an adjective. Dude, how it was, dude. I'm serious. It could work. I think I can heal the world. This could save the world,
Okay,
or at
dude.
least, yeah. Dude, just see, it works,
I
and
got
I
it.
like it because I've seen my friends at church. Like even the girls are like, "Dude, what's up?" Now I do have one friend. She doesn't like it, Kelly. So she is dudette, and for her, that's if she's teaching me manners. But
Ah, of course, of course. We all have
yeah.
to learn.
Eventually. So,
Okay, I've had too much fun talking to you, Ron. We're gonna have to chat on the Discord. But
okay.
now I feel
Okay,
like I
cool.
know you enough to be like
Yeah.
argue
Oh,
out and
dude.
shit on the Discord. So
Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm, I think you're checking out part of the future. Like, this is it. I think, and maybe it's already happened. Like,
hmm,
like I got friends in Ohio, man, they're like my family. And so we are on a group chat. And after COVID shut down the world, I'm essential personnel at Ball State University. I remember walking out, I purposely went out in the middle of a highway when it should have been morning rush hour, and it was empty and it was weird.
yeah,
And I said, I need to remember this. And I think I remember why now is because of the isolation and separation. And I'm like, okay, this is not right.
mm,
We are a group of people. And I, I hope, I think maybe YouTube is finally being used in the proper way where you don't, oh, I've heard it, you don't talk at each other, you talk with each other. I'm like, and I think maybe this is, I found the party before it gets too big. And I got it. There's the sweet spot in the party where it's just fun. And, you get to really play and have a good time where you can make some of the best memories of the party, or you get to help make the party.
yeah.
So, dude, wait a second. I don't know if I'm trying to be too deep. Am I talking?
You're conveying a sense of temporality. Like the party's gonna be here for a time.
Yes. And I do see that just in my own life, things will change. Not bad. It's growth.
Hmm.
So, for as long as it lasts, yeah, I'd like to hang out here. I hope I finally figured out what all the agency and blob for Vakey and
Yeah,
oh my dude,
dude.
you guys just need a hug.
Do you have an in-person estuary? Have you thought about going to one?
Well, there's one in Indianapolis, which is about an hour's way drive, maybe 45 minutes. I've thought about it, but I really don't even understand estuary. All right, but behind closed doors, me and you, it sounds like estuary is just a friend group. Like you're just making friends, which I'm not opposed to that.
Hmm.
But it seems like people who are isolated and alone trying to make friends. Am I wrong or
I don't think you're
what?
wrong. I think there's the estuary protocol, sort of the intentional conversation.
Uh,
This would be another element to that. I think, yeah. So
okay,
friendship.
because I really didn't understand. This is so weird. Like in my church,
Mm-hmm.
dude, we got people coming in all the time. It's not it's not difficult to talk to people. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what estuary is trying to help solve. It's like integrate non-church folk into an environment, not so much to proselytize them, but like introduce them into community or I'm still trying to get my head around it.
Hmm. Yeah, okay, I'll take the bait, Ron. I'll take the bait. I don't usually talk that much, but
Dude,
um, dude, um, I've heard people say that it's church adjacent, so it's different from church, and it's
okay.
in my as I'm asking people for funding to do my research, I'm talking about it in terms of a place where people have intentional conversation.
All right.
So I wonder if maybe the different many having many different perspectives sort of in this intentional conversation gives people this opponent processing or dialogos where they can sort of work
Mhm.
out spiritual shit, religious shit,
Really?
any kind of basic life shit that they're going through.
Okay. See, for me, we just called that jail.
Okay.
Well, dude, I had to zing you on that one. That actually sounds more like the youth jail.
Does it? Is that what they do there? They just hang?
And they talk, they work out their stuff. And I like the protocol itself. The protocol itself sounds pretty cool. I didn't realize it was church adjacent. You know that um in LA, when I went to go learn some street ministry, there was a place called the Dream Center. And the Dream Center had so many members showing up, getting really transformed, but they were kind of rough. They had to start a different service that was just for gang members so they could relate because they weren't church kids, they were. And so is Estuary kind of like that? It is a middle ground, helping people come up from one place to another. Is that the intention? I guess I don't know the end game of it.
That's something I'm trying to figure out.
Me too.
But what I've heard people say, um, I don't know, and from what I've heard people say, I guess this is my interpretation. I don't know that it's helping people do anything but
Oh,
it's meeting people where they are so that you know what I mean?
okay.
Like without any agenda.
Well, then, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just like, okay, like, then it sounds, all right, it sounds like a talk group. Just, and I've seen these happen before, and they're not bad. Um, Actually, they popped up after there was a war. I think it started, and it was the first one. It was Desert Storm,
Hmm.
and a long time, and people were so shocked and confused. They started talk group, not almost like a support group, but it was just there to talk.
Sure.
And this kind of reminds me of that. But if,
Yeah.
to use the corner term, but what's the telos? Is that the right word?
Yeah,
What,
I've heard people ask that question. I don't know that there is an answer. Um, we would have to ask John Van Dunk. We would have to ask
okay.
other folks.
Well, because now the thing is Northwest where you went was, um, wasn't that a estuary meeting? Was that, or do you have them estuary meetings there?
Yeah, it was we broke out into estuary groups and had meetings.
Right. Okay. So, all right. So you gave me your answer. You don't know either yet. You're figuring
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be different teloses. Is that the plural of I don't know how you do
Tell
plural.
us I.
I don't know.
Right.
For different
Target.
people, different
Right.
I
Oh,
I wonder if it's secretly an evangelical ministry.
well, here's the thing. If it was, I would know because I would smell it. And you know what I mean? It would,
Yeah.
here's the thing.
You have a
If
good
it's
nose for
evangel,
these things.
huh?
I said you have a good nose for these things. You'll have to tell me what
Yeah.
you smell.
All right. Right. What I'm seeing, it's a support, not a, all right. I'll word vomit and then clean it up.
Okay.
It's a an impromptu community to come together that might feel isolated. I It's a talk group that has set up structure.
Hmm. Oh,
Who
puppy's
would be
come
a
to visit
chimp?
me.
Huh?
My puppy has come to visit me. Oh no,
Oh, cool.
she's rejected me. She just opened the door. I'm sorry, I got
Oh, no.
distracted.
Oh, you're fine. No, and I'm trying to like because with Chad especially, like he's super non-evangelical or evangelistic.
Yeah.
He's like there. It sounds like, and I've heard someone say it like a joke. Estuary sounds like a Bible study without the Bible.
Yeah, yeah.
So I know for me, um, something that is evangelistic is pretty easy to spot because somehow or some way you're going to either have God or the J bomb in there.
J-bomb.
Yeah, or maybe some scripture
Yeah.
of something that's more than just church adjacent. Like it would be a little bit more than church adjacent. Like right now, I, Paul seems to have a great, he loves it and it seems to be very effective. But I don't get how or why. I haven't seen it. When I do outreach, I'm like, "Hi, how can I help you?" Yeah, I'm from so and so church, or I might in some way share I won't shove it on someone, but I won't hide it.
Sure.
You know, um, and if this is an outreach program at all, they're hiding everything. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
It,
yeah, yeah. So that's probably not it.
what's that?
Yep.
What's that?
So it's probably not an evangelical thing.
Yeah, it has nothing. Well, all right. Anything. Okay, the way you judge something to be religious, any religion, I think.
Yeah.
Is there any faith involved?
Yeah.
And if there's no faith, then there's absolutely nothing religious.
I gotcha. I got you. Ron, listen, I'm sorry. I gotta wrap it up for the night.
Oh, dude, you're cool. I can talk, and I'm sorry. It's like
No, I have really enjoyed our conversation.
cool.
I have
This
really,
is fun.
yes.
I
Okay. It's gonna be a huge file. It's gonna take me forever to upload it. So I'm not gonna make any promises about when I'm actually gonna get around to it.
Don't worry about it. Listen, this was you actually helped me. Oh, this is fun. You didn't help me with nothing, dude. It was just nice.
Amen.
Just you know. So
Yeah.
it's what it is. It is nice to meet someone and talk with them because I've seen what you bring to the corner. It's so cool.
What I bring?
Yes. Oh, a lot, a
Wow.
lot.
I appreciate that, Ron. I need that kind of reflexivity because I don't wanna, we say contaminate the field, right? I don't want
No, no, dude, you've gone native a long time ago.
I'm
Sorry.
gonna get in trouble with all the sociologists, Ron. I'm gonna get
I
in
know.
big
Good.
trouble.
Well, that Jane Goodall tramp again.
Oh no, oh no. All right, Ron, I'm
No,
gonna follow up with
seriously.
you. Yeah,
Well, here's the thing. No, it's like you're not contaminating dude. This field it's the opposite. Okay, you actually bring life into the field.
I bring life into the field.
You do. I'm not kidding you.
All right. All right, I
It's
appreciate that.
because when you make wine, you have yeast.
You got
If you
you
have no yeast,
don't get that
it
fermentation.
yeah, you're part of there's a balance that you bring into if it's really wants to be the space it wants to be, you need to be here. And I'm glad you are.
That's wild, Ron. You're blowing my mind here, dude.
No,
Uh,
well, seriously, that's the way I see it. It's I know when things are out of balance. I can't articulate them, but I also know when they are in balance. I'm like, no, this is cool. Keep bringing it.
all right, all
And
right.
if anyone asks you if you're a Fed, just look him in the eye. Go, yes, sir, I am.
There's a lot of people that ask me that question, Ron. You're
Oh,
probably number one.
well, here's the thing. Someone asked me on Grimm show, and I go, yeah. What's the problem? Dude, you thought I burnt the house down. I'm like, no, do you want to ask me if let's go? Like, dude, yeah, God talked to me about this pumpkin pie too.
I'm leaving, Ron. I'm leaving. Have a
All
good
right.
night. Follow the
All right.
discourse.